Mm. So it's a question of which side is up, which side is down, and so on and so forth. I think the latest flare-up that we saw over the course of this last week, the Iranians are claiming it was a mistake. So for whatever it's worth, at least private, the White House and the nation are pushing them to admit, to say that publicly. So we'll see how that goes from here. But I think that in any kind of a ceasefire or any kind of an end of a war where we're kind of are now, I know the president says the ceasefire is over, but the fact is that I still expect them to keep taking steps towards a deal. These types of things happen. They're usually not super clean at the end of a war. So the idea that I think we're going to be going back into a full-scale war with them or something like that, I don't think so. As for money, they're not getting any money until such time as they do the things that we talked about, right? Like, so they have to do the opening the Strait of Hormuz. They have to do the steps on the nuclear program. Then they get the money. So they don't have the money. So
they've been making billions for a long time. I'm sure they got money stashed in Swiss banks and every place else.
Oh, sure.
I'm also sure that if Trump made an offer to the mullahs to get out now and just go away, just like he did with Maduro, that say Mondani would welcome them to New York City. He put them on the board there. They'd be running for office and living like kings with the billions of dollars they've socked away.
Yeah, so again, we'll see how it goes. We're tracking it very closely, obviously, but my guess is they'll be back on the diplomatic track before long here, if not already. So the things do seem to be, after a little flare up earlier this week, it seems to be going back to the diplomatic track. Trump said they came out and said that they are calling him, asking for a deal. So this is how things go at the end of conflicts, right? Like, so but again, the fact of the matter is that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon now because of President Trump. Now we can do this the easy way or the hard way in the way that this ends, but the hope is we do it the easy way and that they work with the rest of the world and us and so on and so forth. But if they want to do it the hard way, then President Trump has shown he will do it the hard way. So that's just how it goes. But all right, Jerry, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Let's go to Todd in North Carolina on line 3. Todd in North Carolina, you're on Breitbart News Saturday. How can we help you today?
Hey, Matt. Hey, I'm like your other caller earlier. I got canceled on Facebook and X, and they give you excuses, and you have reported the same people doing the exact same thing, and they tell you, oh, they don't violate community guidelines, but then they'll turn around and come after you because you're on the right. And that's what's irritating, and I've gotten to the point where I don't even care if I get on them anymore. The other thing that about Facebook is they have been caught multiple times allowing child porn to be exchanged in Messenger and won't do anything about it. And to me, that's wrong. They should be fined and either stop it or shut them down. And then they call out in front of Congress over that.
Yeah.
And they sit there, oh, we don't know what to do. Yeah, you know exactly what to do.
Definite problem. Again, like I said, it's gotten a little bit better under President Trump overall. I'm talking about overall here with regard to big tech. But that being said, there's still big tech. There's still Silicon Valley. There's still Facebook, Meta. There's still Twitter, X. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Twitter's gotten a little bit better under Elon, but is it 100% better?
Right, but the problem under Elon, though, he's got a leftist lady under him running it for him. That's the whole problem. So it makes it look like he's more conservative, but he's got a leftist running it. That's what people don't understand either. I mean, he lets Harry J. Sisson get on there and make direct threats against Trump and won't cancel his account. But if you or I said something to the left, they'll claim that you're promoting violence and will kick you off.
Yeah. Again, like I said, it hasn't gotten much better. It's gotten a little bit better, right? Like, so, look, these guys, I have offered to both Elon and Zuckerberg that I would be willing to go do an interview with them. Neither one of them has taken us up on it. Elon almost did. When he was in the White House, we had a date and time set up. We were going to go in and do it. We were going to live stream it on X, right? and then he canceled it that day. So like, I never rescheduled it, right? Like, so it's been more than a year now, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't really care. I'm not going to go chasing Elon around, right? Like, if he wants to do it, I'll go sit down with him and talk to him about all this stuff, but haven't gotten there yet. So, similar type of a situation with Zuckerberg, right? Like, again, like I said, there's good people that work at Trump is back in the White House. They hired a bunch of conservatives and people around President Trump and people close to him. Look, the president of Meta is Gina Powell, right? Like, I like Gina a lot, right? Like, I knew her from back in the first term, and she's married now to Senator McCormick from Pennsylvania. Senator McCormick, I think, is a statesman, right? Like, he's doing an amazing job as a senator from Pennsylvania. But the fact is that, again, I mean, that's as of right now at Meta. We'll see how long it goes, and we'll see if they continue to take all the right steps and everything, right? Like, so there's been definite improvement, but have they overall done all the things that are necessary and need to be done? No, right? Like, so hopefully we see more improvement, right? Like, but that's the thing, is that the way I look at this, and this goes with big tech, this goes with immigration, this goes with any policy fight, any political fight, anything really, is always take what you can get and then push for more. So if we can get a little bit out of them, okay, great, we'll take it. Now we want more, right? Like, then we want more, right? Like, and so we just keep doing that. It's incrementalism. That's what the left does, by the way. The left does this a lot better than the right. The left does incrementalism so much better than the right does. But and they've been doing it for years and years and years on everything, from abortion to immigration and so on and so forth. But we've got an incrementalism back at them and back the other way.
Right.
And so, so again, we'll take the wins, but then we push for more.
Well, but how can you do that when they keep kicking you off?
But
That's the problem. You can't get out there to win anything when they kick you off, but let the other side stay on and keep doing the same garbage. That's the problem. But how do you win?
Yeah, no, it's a serious thing, right? Like, we got to go out there and fight. Look, a really good example. I always look back to our elders, if you will, so people that we can learn from, who have fought these fights throughout history. So before there was an internet or anything like that, okay, there was this lady named Phyllis Schlafly, and if you don't know who Phyllis Schlafly is, you should research her. She was the head of Eagle Forum, and she fought against the Equal Rights Amendment. She's a great conservative activist, and there's a lot of things you can learn from her. She passed away, but one of her last major acts was in 2016. She endorsed President Trump over Ted Cruz in the Republican primary. She passed away in the general election, and never got to see President Trump take the White House. By the way, the great Ed Martin, who is the pardons attorney for the president and was for a time the acting U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C., he worked for her and was her handpicked successor at the Eagle Forum. So Ed Martin's a great authority on everything with regard to Phyllis Schlafly. But Phyllis Schlafly had this fight where this is before the internet. This is like way back. And she was trying to go out there and have a debate about the issues regarding the Equal Rights Amendment. And they wouldn't let her on TV. They wouldn't let her on the radio. They wouldn't let her write in the newspaper, right? Like, so all the different establishment media outlets wouldn't let Phyllis Schlafly go out there and make her arguments, no matter how sound they were. They just acted like she didn't exist. They censored her. So what did she do? She got together an army of moms in St. Louis, Missouri, and started on their typewriters hand typing out newsletters that they then used they printed out and mailed to people all across the country. This is in the 1970s, I want to say, 1960s and 70s, 1970s, I want to say, 1970s, maybe even early 80s. And they mailed them. It was postage stamps and mailed them out. And guess what? They won. They defeated the entire Hollywood-backed establishment media. So again, there's always a way, right? Like, so that's so this was before the internet, before big tech, before all of this stuff. But again, she figured out a way around the censors. The censors are always going to be there, and they're always going to try to seek to silence us. So we just have to figure out a way to get around them. And so in just course, whenever the new technology emerges and this thing or that thing or whatever, the beauty of this country is that if you've got the American ingenuity and the ability to think it through. So I don't know the answer yet, Todd. I don't know the answer. What is the answer to get around the big tech censors? But I'm sure there is one because we beat them before and we'll beat them again.
Right. Well, I'm glad you had the guy from the FTA on there. That was interesting this morning. You had Andrew.
FTC, yeah.
So I'm gonna, or FTC, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna contact him and because I've saved all the emails from everything. I'm gonna send it all to him and let him look at it.
Yeah, you should. So, right, like send a formal complaint to the FTC. Because I'll be honest with you, look, he didn't have the most best answer, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it, about the hacking of the accounts and the censorship and whatnot. But that does fall into their purview. But I think that's because he didn't know about it, right? Like I was telling him about something live on the air in an interview. So to be fair to him, but he did say he was going to look into it. So I hope he does, right? Like, and so that's my hope here. Maybe we launched an investigation on the show, and maybe something will happen.
Well, they should investigate because these are multi-billion-dollar companies. So if they can do this, they should be looked into.
Well, come on in.
Yes. That's the whole
Hopefully
thing.
we stay connected while we.
Especially when they come on, and right before I got canceled on Facebook, they were. How secure they were, and then my account gets hacked, and I'm gone. And I sent in a argument on it, and first they said, "Okay, yeah, we reverse it. You're back on." And 15 minutes later, nope, you're gone for good.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, right, they need to do something if they're taking that much money. But thanks, man. I'll let you go, bud.
100% they do. All right. Well, thank you, Todd, for the call. Appreciate it. Let's go to John in Florida on line 5. John in Florida, you're on Breitbart News Saturday. How can I help you today?
Well, Matt, thanks for having me on. And I got to talk about the other couple callers you just had on about the Facebook nonsense. I had 2 different Facebook accounts. So I was very involved. I have friends, relatives, people overseas that I was always in contact with, but I also was very political. And right after Trump took office again in 2025, I started getting a lot of feeds through my Facebook of all these leftists and Democrat things. All kinds of stuff started coming across my feed. Well, of course, I could not argue, so I got on a lot of these and argued and gotten a lot of debates with a lot of these stupid people. But then about 6 months ago, I get canceled my one account. And then I'm thinking, okay, I still got my other account. So a couple of days later, they send me a little note. Oh, we understand you were affiliated with this other account, so we're canceling this account also. And then I can't even get into Facebook even to make a complaint. They've completely blocked my phone numbers where I can't do anything. So the only way I could ever get anything with Facebook is I have to get another phone number and another phone to be able to make any kind of access there. So it's completely out of line, these people. I can't deal with that. And, I never did anything wrong on there. And now I've lost contact with a lot of my friends and family and contacts overseas. And now it's very difficult to do what I was doing before. So this is terrible, this Facebook stuff.
Yeah. Good points there, John. Appreciate the report. Yeah. An issue that people are letting on. So I hope that our friends in the administration and our friends in the big tech companies are listening, because this is going to become a thing. All right, thank you, John, for the call. Breitbart News Saturday here on Sirius XM 125, the Patriot Channel. I'm Matt Boyle, Washington Bureau Chief. We're going to take a quick commercial break here on Sirius XM 125, the Patriot Channel. When we return, again, we're doing your calls for the whole rest of this hour. So get on, call in, get on the line at 895.
Benefit on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary. Sample rate 10-year life-term policy for 40-year-old healthy non-smoking male. Casey, Washington.
The founders' principles of natural law, virtue, limited government, those things stand as a wall of protection against centralized government, emotionally driven rules.
Hey, you be hating.
This idea that how people feel should dictate policy. That's freedom. That's 250 years.
Car wash.
May we have 250 more.
Stacy on the right. Weeknight starting at 9 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot. Freedom never gets old. SiriusXM Patriot presents Breitbart News Saturday with Matt Boyle.
Yes, folks, Breitbart News Saturday here on SiriusXM 125, the Patriot channel. I'm Matt Boyle, Washington Bureau Chief. We're broadcasting live today from our nation's capital.
Gas up, and we're going to do some dashing.
8695 Patriot 86
You may gas up.
287 Sirius XM.
7-Eleven, you would think it'd be a discount today.
We're doing your calls this whole third hour, so please do call and get on the line. We want to talk to you guys. Without further ado, let's go right back to our caller lines now. We have one of our liberal friends on the line. He's better than our normal troll because he actually calls in under his real name and state. We've got George in North Dakota. Mr. George, always a pleasure, sir. Thanks for calling in. Good to talk to you. What's the latest?
Matt, always a pleasure. I finally get to talk to you again. I've been on hold since the dinosaurs were roaming the earth.
You were on hold for like 20 minutes. Come on, man. Like, it's not that bad. Right? Like,
I know, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I get to everybody. I get to
I'm
everybody.
going to go get my free Slurpee today.
Throughout the show. Like, I always do.
But I think you need to make a decree or a direct order that any Democrats who phone in go to the front of the line.
No, we do it in order generally of people, the way that people call in, and also sometimes I'll take things if the topics fit together, right? Like, so.
Yeah.
And I also try to give you and our actual troll a little bit more time, right? Like, that's why I took you coming out of a break rather than going in. So.
Yes, you do, and we appreciate that. But you got to admit, it's a lot more fun when Democrats call in.
Oh yeah, everybody gets fired up. Everybody gets fired up, right? Like, it's fun. So, okay, what do we got? What are we talking about today?
Okay, well, tell me this: what in the ever-loving F
We're not getting gas here
with this reflecting pool?
Yeah, man, I haven't tracked that story that closely.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get my free Slurpee.
President Trump's efforts to beautify the city of Washington, D.C.
Okay, let's
done that.
Okay,
it's incredible. More presidents should have done this. He's not wrong that it was a total dump before he went and tried to fix it. So.
Okay, if he tried to fix it, that's fine. I get that. It maybe needed some fixing, but the way he went about it is so absolutely horrific, corrupt, whatever word you can put on it.
Really?
Didn't he come out and
you support him actually making D.C. more beautiful again and getting the fountains working and all the different things that he's been doing around D.C. and cleaning it up and getting rid of the graffiti, making it wonderful. But you just don't like the way he did it?
Well, look at what he's done. He said that he is going to, he did a no-bid contract, hired his friend who supposedly did hundreds of pools. They put in a lining, and now he's saying that somebody vandalized it. Didn't he say that?
Yeah, by the way, when I was in the Oval Office, Jeanine Pirro, who's the U.S. Attorney in D.C., was coming in. Well, I was with the president last Tuesday. No, so not this past Tuesday, the week before. And when I was in there, she came in and she laid out how they've got the people. They did it. They were vandals. They're 100%.
A 65-year-old man goes in and puts in a 350-foot cut in the box cutter on a material, on a compound that Trump said you couldn't even cut with a box cutter. Now, how about driving over it? Would that do any damage to it? Because that's what Trump and his motorcade did.
Again, this is what you want to talk about. You want to talk about the reflecting pool? Come on, there's nothing else you want to talk about. You want to talk about the reflecting pool?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And by the way, you admit that if Trump was right to try to beautify, D.C., you just don't like the way he did it. Okay.
I just don't like the corruption. Now, why? Now, you have to tell me that people are getting arrested for this. Come on, Matt. Only an idiot without two brain cells to rub together would believe that there is some sort of vandalism involved. And I know you're not an idiot. Okay, nobody is believing that there is vandalism.
It's literally people.
You arrested a 65-year-old man and saying that he
didn't arrest anyone. Whoa, hang on! I didn't arrest anyone.
You, as in your party, not you personally. You rhetorically, as in your party.
You mean the U.S. Attorney's Office?
Okay,
not
the U.S. Attorney's
Office. The U.S. See, this is the problem with the way Democrats think. It is not a political party. This is what they did to Trump. Okay, the fact is that, and this is why we ended up here. By the way, right? You want to know why President Trump's the president again? It's because Joe Biden weaponized the Justice Department. Not just him; he was gone now to lunch. It was Kamala Harris who was really running the show, and all these other crazy people around him, Valerie Jarrett, etc. All those types, and the Lisa Monaco, who's number with the Justice Department, Merrick Garland, all of that. What they did was they weaponized the Justice Department. That's the problem with the way you guys think.
Come on over to Rumble, guys.
It's not the job of a political party to bring charges or not. It is the job of law enforcement officials. It is the job of the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Justice Department. Right? Like, and again, there seems to be a screw loose on the Democrat side ever since Eric Holder became the Attorney General back in the Obama administration. He fundamentally changed the job and the role and made it an extremely political position, especially under Democrat administrations. The hope is that Trump is able to restore it back to being an honest and independent organization, the Justice Department and the U.S. attorneys and so on and so forth, instead of political hitmen, right? But that's the problem, is the Democrats are the ones who perverted justice, starting with Eric Holder, later with Loretta Lynch. Eric Holder, Loretta Lynch. Trump released the Epstein files.
No, he only released a fraction of the Epstein files against his own law. And this is the administration of transparency and law.
Okay, George, let's go back through. Are you okay with the way Eric Holder behaved as Attorney General of the United States?
I have no problem with him. He may not have been perfect, but he's certainly not like this administration.
Speaking of not releasing things, are you okay with the fact that Barack Obama, when Eric Holder was being voted into criminal contempt of Congress, by the way, that Barack Obama invoked executive privilege to hide documents regarding the Operation Fast and Furious scandal, which is exactly what happened, by the way, because I was there covering it. Eric Holder accused me, personally, of being behind the calls for his resignation, as if I could make more than 120 congressmen do anything. Especially back then, definitely can't, right? Like, they're grown men and women. They do what they want, right? Like, and I guess if you include Democrats, there may be a little bit of both men and women. But the fact is that it was all Republicans at that point that were calling for his resignation. But it wasn't me that was making him do it. I was just the only one reporting on it in the entire media. But the fact is that Barack Obama literally invoked executive privilege as Congress was voting to hold Eric Holder in criminal contempt of Congress for withholding and hiding documents with regard to Operation Fast and Furious. So do not give me this sad song, nonsense about transparency when President Trump actually signed the law to release the Epstein files and then did it. Like, there's a huge difference here. And by the way, it's worth noting that in the differences between the two things, Obama and Holder, a Border Patrol agent was killed with those weapons that they walked into Mexico. A Border Patrol agent was murdered, and they covered it up, right? Like, so the idea and by the way, that's a huge part of the reason why the focus became on the cartels and drug trafficking and weapons trafficking and so on and so forth, all the immigration coverage, etc. It all started there. And it was because of them and what they did. And Barack Obama himself did it along with Eric Holder to cover the whole thing up. So the idea that Eric Holder was a great attorney general, no. Then Loretta Lynch later, she was just as terrible for many other reasons. Then later Merrick Garland, and then like the idea that the Republicans are the reason why Justice Department was politicized and weaponized. Okay, well that's good. We're making progress. We've gotten to a place where you can criticize at least one of the three Democratic.
We're getting off topic here. I want to ask you one question.
We're not getting off topic. We're not getting off topic.
Okay. I just want to ask you one question.
You're the one who said you guys arrested. You said you arrested those people. You were the one who made that argument. You were the one who what you did was you made a subtle revelation.
Trying to see if I can.
Right? It was like
I guess you can't play videos on top of
that's how Democrats think
the mobile
about
app.
justice.
I was just trying to see if I could do
that.
I'm not seeing design.
Yes, you did. That's the point. That's how we got off on this tangent.
Those are just backgrounds.
That's how we got off on this. I want to ask George, last question, then we're wrapping up. Because we've already gone long.
Do you honestly believe, in front of me, in front of God, and in front of the rest of your listeners, that these people are guilty of vandalizing the reflection pool?
Yes. No. Yes, I do. Thank you, George, for the call.
That's not true.
Thank you, George, for the call. I appreciate it, sir. We're moving on. We did 10 minutes with our troll friend, George. So George isn't really a troll. He's just an open liberal. Okay, let's go to Cindy in Florida on line 1. Cindy, you're on Breitbart News Saturday. How can we help you today?
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I hope I get enough time as this gentleman did. Let's not forget that the Democrats voted to take God out of their platform 3 times on national television in 2012 at their platform. Don't forget Lois Lerner, who targeted Tea Party members and weaponized the IRS against conservatives. But, the Democratic Party has a lot more issues than...
There's 100 more examples of this. Maybe 1,000, maybe 10,000, 100,000. Yeah, there's so many, it's not even funny.
What about Democrat Jay Jones, who won the Virginia race for Attorney General after he had leaked text messages that he fantasized?
It would be nice. I'd appreciate it.
Lawmaker, his opponent, and his family.
And he's 75 unique chatters a month now for the creator program.
This seems to be a party that
about 20.
makes excuses for this. And there were a few calls from Democrats for Jones to drop out of that race, let alone this Grand Platinum. So, we have to look at what this party has become. It certainly isn't the party of JFK anymore. And I call on these Democrats to really understand what's happening to their party. Look at the Democrat Socialist platform, what they're revealing and what they want to do to our country. I mean, they tell us what they're going to do. We should listen. It's unbelievable to me what this party is advocating for now with these Democrat Socialists of America. They want to get rid of ICE. They want to get rid of borders. They want to get rid of the Supreme Court and replace it and get rid of the presidency and replace it just with the legislative body. I mean, they want to tear down our country. They want to destroy the Constitution. And I think Democrats, like me, I try to weed out the rhinos in my party. I work hard. And the Democrats should be doing the same in their party or switch sides.
They're a lot further away than we are. We'll put it that way. We made a lot more progress than they have. They're a mess. They are a mess top to bottom.
Well, look at the people that they're putting up to run.
Cool.
That they're saying. I mean, my gosh.
That'd be appreciative. I'm just updating some stuff on my DoorDash.
Amnesty to every illegal alien in the country, defending the Department of War, replacing the presidency and the Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary subordinate only to Congress. I mean, that is destroying our Constitution, our very founding of what this country has been founded on. And we have a big decision come the midterms. But I also want to say, too, these people that are calling about Facebook, they should spend the time calling or writing the FCC because they take comments from the public. By law, they have to read every comment before they ever decide on anything. I'm a sentinel with the Heritage Action for America, with an action arm of the Heritage Foundation. We repeatedly get notifications about regulatory rulings and how they're looking for public comment. So
you see Fort Worth police blocked Libs of TikTok on X, and then unblocked it after everyone posted how illegal that was.
I believe that commenting on there is just tit for tat. It's a waste of time and energy, good energy that should be
two different,
really good use.
Plus the supervisor saying that if you offend somebody with your speech, you can get a citation for it.
Calling your legislators, because we know calling does help. Get involved at the local level. You know,
I would love to get that citation, man.
Yes. There's lots of things you can be doing. Make comments in your local paper. You know, call your local Congress people.
All of the above, all of the above, all of the above, Cindy. All of the above, no doubt. All right, Cindy, I gotta get out to a break. So thank you for the call. Before we go to a break, really quick, guys, I just want to read this. President Trump just posted this while we were on the air here. The last 20 minutes on Truth Social, he says, "This is about the book that we were talking about at the top of the last hour by Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman." The regime change book where we talked to Jonathan Swan about it. This is that book. President Trump posted, quote, "Maggot Haberman has covered me incorrectly for 10 years. Her book is a joke. 90% of it is fake news. She has made a living off her bad reporting and will pay the price when our multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against the failing New York Times gets to court, which should not be that long. I don't mind bad press if they are right. I do mind fake reporting like what's in her boring book and like she's done for 11 years, but with only one aim in mind, to have Trump lose elections. But as I sit in the Oval Office and ponder, that hasn't worked out too well. Maggot is a loser. If she ever wrote the true story about me, it would be quite boring. It actually would be quite boring. But loaded with lots of success. Also, I just finished a perfect physical at Walter Reed. I do it every 6 months, and I requested another cognitive test, the only president to do so, 3 times, and I aced them all. Got every question right. Few people in Washington, D.C. could do so.
Jay Burr, thanks for the follow.
Associate Jonathan Swan, that's who we just talked to last hour, Jonathan Swan. I would be willing to bet they couldn't get 50% of the questions right. Anyway, don't buy their book. It's garbage, President.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious.
So just, we're right in the middle of everything. So, and again, as I said,
they were just trying to
when I had Swan on, I don't agree with everything in his book and
express their opinion of folks at Pride
President Trump doesn't like it, but I also
Pride Parade and
which is why I agreed to have him on the show.
Fort Worth cops were like, you can't do that.
You guys know that.
If you offend them,
okay, we're going to
be cited.
Here on Breitbart News Saturday when we return.
2 different patrol people and a supervisor.
All those mosquito bites.
Recently, the fam and I were listening to Sirius XM.
Of course, they were railing on him.
And now all my dad does is change every song lyric to something about summertime health.
You got a sunburn. Ow.
I mean, we did learn about sunscreen, bug spray, first aid for cannabis.
I'm not getting anything here, it looks like.
And it's all super helpful, but this is...
Usually, I would never have to wait this long.
Have fun and stay safe all summer long with Dr. Radio, Channel 110, and on the Sirius XM app.
Yeah, Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. He was in great health. It's out of nowhere. A stroke. And super hard, obviously, for the whole family. But my dad had life insurance. So even after he passed away, he was still able to provide for my mom. And of course, by extension, my brother and I. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife, and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com. Because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test. Just a few health questions. 10 minutes. You're covered, your family.
Record rate just kicked
you
on.
Get $2 million in coverage for $2 a day. That's a 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. We don't like to talk about death in our culture, but everyone's going to die. You are going to die. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos. E-T-H-O-S.
Usually, I have never had to sit here this long.
Slater. Rates may vary monthly. Ethos.com/Slater.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
My name is Preston James. I've been a stock and options trader for 23 years.
My flag keeps setting off one of my cameras at the house.
Once I discovered my Money Press weekly paycheck method. These days, I'm a passive trader hauling in more cash while being able to sleep at night than I ever dreamed possible. I'm passionate about the market and I like to keep it simple. My method.
Sweet, I'll get you a premium membership
it can change
for the rest of the month, too.
Let the proof do the talking. By going to accountproof.com, that's accountproof.com, you'll see a 7-minute video revealing how my Money Press method grew a $54,000 account to $174,000 in less than 9 months. That works out to 5.8% per week. You'll see the proof right inside my real brokerage account. This isn't about overnight riches, but once you discover this for yourself, you can start on this same path overnight. You're 7 minutes away from changing everything you thought you knew about trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started.
Anybody else watching on anything but Rumble, please hop on over.
Telling the truth is fun. This is Breitbart News Saturday.
If you're still around, Brandon, please pop over.
Saturday here on Sirius XM 125, the Patriot Channel. I'm Matt Boyle on Washington, D.C. for broadcasting live today from our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. The number here, 866-955-PATRIOT, 866-957-2874.
Yay!
125, the Patriot Channel. Okay.
Are you ready to rumble?
Let's go right back to our caller line. So let's start with Mike in Pennsylvania on line 2. Mike, you're on Breitbart News Saturday.
All right, let me get you a...
Well, you brought up Fast and Furious, so I got John.
No, it's going to look like you have to pay to continue it. You don't. You can just close it out.
You would think that he was involved with Fast and Furious. There ain't no way somebody that has that many guns, the government don't know about it.
I don't know if they were. I don't think he was involved with Fast and Furious, but maybe something else.
Well, that's what time is that fight supposed to be?
I still think there's unanswered questions about the Las Vegas shooter situation, and frankly, I haven't done as much reporting.
I thought that was later tonight.
Fast and Furious, but
yeah, there's nothing out there. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know if there's
AJ Bird
or dig into on that particular angle, but I do think there's a lot to dig into on all. By the way, a lot of these stories, there's lots more to pull at, right? Like, and look, if I had a million copies of me, we'd dig into all of them. But there's only one of me, and there's only so many hours in a day, right? Like, so
I get it almost all. I get all but like 8 cents back whenever I purchase those for people using one of my stock accounts.
Not entirely certain. So. But I mean, I can just tell you that with
7 Central, so 8 p.m. my time. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll be home by then.
2011, right? Like, into the 2012.
I found out I can do reads on mobile now too, guys. So once we do, we get it up over.
Operation now. Do I think that Eric Holder signed off on it? Maybe not. I don't know. Like, I still don't think we ever got a real.
Over 10 people will do a couple reads.
But, like, either way, the fact is that regardless of whether or not he signed off on the walking the guns in New Mexico, he definitely covered up the scandal after it all came out. There's no doubt about that. The work of Darrell Issa, who was the chairman of the oversight committee at the time, look, he did a whole book about it later called Watchdog. Recommend people read that. There's so much that's come out about this. I wrote hundreds of stories about this back at Daily Caller, and then later in my time at Breitbart. But that's one of the first big stories that I ever covered, and frankly,
we're gonna have to go into a busier area. I think
the beginning of the politicization of the Justice Department. I think, right, like at least in the modern era. Yeah, you saw the ancestral
roll out.
of it, if you will.
We're gonna have to do some hood working, and then we'll try and swing back out here.
Stuff you saw with the camera, Ruby Ridge. And all that kind of stuff, right? But the real beginning, the accelerant on the flames of the politicization, weaponization of the Justice Department was Eric Holder, right? Like Eric Holder, who actually the worst thing that ever happened to justice. What? Say that again?
Who actually ran the guns? Was it a government agency or a contractor?
No, what they did was they encouraged straw purchasing, and then they allowed it to go on, and they supposedly were going to track them, right? So where it was agents of the cartel right? Like, and so they were encouraging that to go on. It wasn't federal agents that were buying the guns or running them into Mexico. It was cartel-connected people that were doing it. And the
let's swing down here. Maybe we'll pick something up on the way out.
Allowed it to continue, hoping to. The thinking behind it was they would track the guns and be able to see where they're going to go and what crimes they would be used in and so on and so forth. The problem with that is that you're literally giving high power, firepower weapons to criminals who are then going to.
Have any of you guys tried the fried apple pie since they brought it back?
Who are then going to use them
McDougal's?
Innocent people, including important collisions, killed Frank Terry, right? Like, that's what happened, right? Like, yeah, and then we know that Fast and Furious weapons were used in massacres.
They're forcing them to allow them to cool first. I want that lava.
So this is not.
I want that mouth lava.
Okay, like they only have.
Let me turn the banner off for a minute.
Because the Obama administration allowed them temporarily anyway. Walk. That's what they call it, walking guns. Right. And so we don't know the highest.
Oh, thank you for the donut.
In the Justice Department, okay? There were high levels of the Justice Party that signed off on it. We don't know if the Attorney General, Eric Holder, did.
Appreciate it.
I don't know if he did or not, right? Like, I know that he, regardless, though, he helped cover it up after the fact.
Whoop, whoop.
That's the point. That's what matters, right? So it's usually not the crime; it's the cover-up, right? If they were just
I get the notification, I saw it pop up on the other one, but I haven't got it on the studio app.
Them resisting subpoenas, etc. Then I think we would be in a much different position. But the fact of the matter is,
this one's a moderator.
Like I said, the beginning of the weaponization and politicization of the Justice Department. So that's the point. All right, Mike, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go now to Mark in West Texas, on line 5. Mark, you're on Breitbart News Saturday. How can I help you?
Hey, good morning, man. How are you doing, sir?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. I got two things real quick. First of all, lifelong Democrat, retired educator of over 30 years here in West Texas, on the border with Mexico. And I hope I'm not called a troll. I hope I'm considered an educated Democrat with different views than the Trump-supporting Republicans.
Make your case for me. What are you calling about?
Real quick, to blast Graham Plattner, and of course he stepped down, but if anybody done a deep dive into Ken Paxton is no angel.
Really?
Running for Senate here in Texas. Those of us that know Ken Paxton know the kind of slime he is, as far as having numerous.
I could see them losing funding then.
And we would love for her to come out and speak up about the torment that she had to go through here this time.
Paxton's going to vote for Ken Paxton in November.
I'm just telling you, we're real quick to blast Graham Plattner, but how come we're looking at Ken Paxton and how the corruption is?
That is fucking nuts. I'll have to check that out.
He came out the other end okay.
Yeah, of course, but that's the GOP covering up for themselves, and, am I allowed to have it?
Yeah, regardless of the whole Graham Plattner and Ken Paxton situation, is there an issue you called in about?
Yeah, birthright citizenship.
Okay, where do you come down on that?
Of course, as an educator of a socioeconomic disadvantaged school with kids whose parents did not have papers but are American citizens,
how are you not have papers but be a citizen?
Yeah, hold on. You're aware that there are hospitals right now, and you're part of Texas that literally have built
in El Paso, yes.
Yeah, that are advertising to people from Mexico that they will have their child. They can have their child if they pay $5,000 or $4,000 or something like that to the hospital. They can have their child in America and then get birthright citizenship. And then they set them up with government benefits. Are you okay with your tax dollars being used for that?
Like I said, every student deserves an education. It's been decided in Platter versus Doe that regardless of your educational, of your immigration status,
that's why I'm away from the World Bank. As long as they keep crypto free, I'm staying with crypto. And by the way, if you're a crypto person, I do have a Rumble wallet there. If you don't have one, set up your Rumble wallet. I'm not saying you have to send me money, but it's a good way to save. I switched all my stuff from Coinbase over to the Rumble wallet.
By the way, do you have any idea how many people from China have done this?
Yeah, I mean, they still, I mean, someone's got to take care of that baby. So, but the thing is, once that baby hits 18, they can come back.
And they've had children here, so that way they have birthright citizenship, and then they go home to China and they've lived their entire lives in China. More than 1 million. Are you okay with that? Such as I am okay with all. Okay, Mark, I'm out of town.
The Constitution, that amendment was made for slaves. It was not made for illegals to come in here and have babies.
So we'll see. We'll talk more about it. Okay, guys, we're out of time here today. We want to thank everyone for tuning in.
And as always, the Democrats are twisting it. And even our fucking rhino SCOTUS people. That's not a bad idea. Six. I mean, they're already worth quite a bit. It's been a long time since I've bought a pack of cigarettes, so I vape now. In October, it'll be 4 years since I quit smoking cigarettes. And I still smoke herb, my medicine.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains.
I saw Toe I didn't see he was live until after he was already off last night. So Toe went live again last night. Tell you what, if this stays dead, I might just do some cop watching today.
That's what you tell yourself. You're up 3 times a night instead of 5. The urgency is manageable. The stream's not great, but it's fine. That's the problem. Fine. Enlarged prostate.
Green Jello.
Pause because the medication takes the edge off. The prostate keeps growing. The bladder keeps working harder. And over time, those changes can be harder to reverse. The surgery? Not you, right? Aquablation is not the surgery you're picturing. It's the only ultrasound guide.
That's too many fucking cats to get a bird. I'd love to have a bird.
Find an Aquablation urologist near you. Visit aquablation.com. Aquablation.com. That's aquablation.com. Visit aquablation.com. All surgical treatments carry risks, and results may vary. Side effects may include, but are not limited to, urinary symptoms, mild pain, infection, or less frequently, urethral or rectal injury, or ejaculatory dysfunction. Aquablation therapy may not be right for everyone. Talk to your urologist to learn more.
I think he's working today. This is about where I picked one up last time. It's cruising down here.
Expect sweltering temperatures in most of the lower 48 states for at least the next several days. Meteorologist Joe Wegman, the National Weather Service Weather Prediction Center, says the extreme heat has already started in the southeastern United States.
Primarily from the coast of the Carolinas down to Florida.
Yeah, well, he hadn't for a while. He just did a couple of drive streams last couple days. One last night, one a couple days before. He's been super busy.
And that report from correspondent Donna Warner, security around President Trump tightened after a warning about an Iranian assassination plot. U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee.
At least they're not big. The big parrots, man. Those fuckers live forever. The macaws. They live as long as people.
Very specific plot that they had this week.
Huckabee appeared on the same news program this week on Capitol Hill with Tony Perkins. More pressure on Moscow.
Little blip. Just like it went out and back.
acceptable to the White House and that was written in a way they could support. The White House has resisted full support of legislation to limit the flow of funds to Moscow's war.
Mine hasn't eaten birds before, but he probably would.
In addition to Russian officials and entities. Instead, the administration has pushed for the bill to give President Donald Trump more latitude to pursue negotiations with Moscow to end the war on Ukraine. Bernie Bennett, Washington. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home reminding for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
And Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen?
Had enough of the parakeet? Oh, shit.
When it was all said and
That
done,
still sucks,
TRA
man.
settled my
Especially if it's a pet you take care of.
for $100.
But I get it.
I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it.
Yeah, my cats.
TRA to anyone.
My cats sit in the windows because we have bird feeders right out in our front yard. They lose their shit.
For a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-575-8924. 800-575-8924. That's 800-575-8924.
A major rupture has emerged between two tech.
These cocktails have a little bit of character to them.
Against OpenAI, accusing the ChatGPT maker of stealing trade secrets.
Parakeets are just noisy.
Its own hardware for ChatGPT. In the suit filed in a federal court in California, Apple says the theft is part of a coordinated pattern of misconduct by OpenAI at an institutional level. Two former Apple employees who now work for OpenAI are also named as defendants. That is correspondent Ben Thomas reporting. Renewable energy allies are trying to ensure that massive data centers will be powered by only climate-friendly sources. Lawmakers in states with stronger climate policies say they don't want data centers to hinder their goal of slashing planet-warming greenhouse gas emissions. Legislation in New York would require bigger data centers to get at least 90% of their energy from renewable energies by 2040. Breaking news at
By 2040, they're going to have them in space. Makes fart sounds? That's fucking hilarious. I love it.
Every time you hear that beat drop, Sirius XM Patriot Channel 125. Oh yeah, you know. It's gonna be one of those shows. So yeah, oh yeah.
If we stay at 10, when I get stopped up here by Meyer, I'm gonna do an ad read.
Beautiful. You could chose me anywhere in the world right now. But you are saying request from the bottom of our hearts. We appreciate it. Welcome. Destiny's going. Coming up at the top of the second hour, we are going to have a conversation that you are not going to like. So, you know who I am when we have conversations that I know up front that you're not going to like it. We open the phone lines. 866-957-2874.
Oh, got an order.
866-957-2874. I'm going to tell you ahead of time when we talk about birthright citizenship, top of the second hour. If you have something you want to contribute to the conversation, or you have a problem with anything that you hear me say,
switch lanes here.
definitely want you to call in again. 866-957-2874.
Pick it up at Sheets. What the Sheets, man?
I want to play a clip from one of my I'm not going to say one of my favorite cultural voice, okay? I want to play a clip from him. So let's go ahead and play this clip from Jay-Z. Culture always wins. Let them tell you no different. Culture always wins. Don't let them tell you any different, right? I want you to remember who I am, and before we enter into this part of the conversation, I seriously want you to remember that 2015, I came to you and I said, when they call for a revolution.
Yeah, I like their mod sticks too. I really like their onion
told you
petals
what Renaissance was. Renaissance was
in their
when the
sampler pack.
intellect and the culture have a simultaneous rebirth. Both things need to be happening at the exact same time, and that's when you get a Renaissance versus how they bring about a revolution, which I think you are currently seeing with a lot of the people that are pushing democratic socialism across America. So I want you to keep in mind, okay, who I am, the conversations that I've been having consistently, especially around this subject matter, since 2015. Okay, so we want to make sure that we keep that in mind. To go back to the clip, it says, the culture always wins. Never let them fool you. Or
yeah, I usually don't even get the chicken with the sampler. I'll get the onion petals. I'll get sometimes the pot stickers.
Situation happening into New York City into this conversation. Okay, I want to bring current conversation rotating around New York City into this conversation. Now, again, if you are an intellectual, if you are in politics, if this is your arena, you would tell me that the conversation is wrapped around Mamdani.
Wasn't acting right.
Socialism,
so, I mean, does that mean he was doing something illegal?
Of New York City.
He probably has a decent argument. I mean,
that's what the
basically they didn't like the way he was acting.
Again, reminding you,
he's not doing anything illegal.
How I've explained it to you. The intellect is the message. The intellect is the ideology. The intellect carries
not
the purpose,
acting right.
The intellect
he wasn't licking the boot hard enough.
It has the stereotype. It has the marching orders, right? The culture simply becomes a vehicle. The intellect is inserted into the culture. The culture becomes the vehicle. So again, when they say the culture always wins, that is 100% the truth. That is 100% the truth. The trick
in the police department, the probation is usually separate. Usually it's run by
into the vehicle that is the culture, and let the culture carry your intellect forward. Your ideology, your principles, your plan.
You listen to this chick yak while I go in and get this soda.
It is, right?
I'll be right back.
You insert that into the culture vehicle and let the vehicle carry your message. I want you, without your intellectual bias, your political bias, your conservative bias, I want you to think about what has culturally been going on in New York City the last couple of months. Like really, really think about what has been going on culturally in New York City the last couple of months. First and foremost, and this is just like if you're looking like the last 2 months, and we could go back even further, but I will stick to the last 2 months, okay? First, New York Knicks become NBA champions after decades and decades of not bringing home a title. So you saw all of that, right? You saw the celebrations, you saw the parade, you saw the excitement. All of that is cultural, right? Every single aspect of that is cultural. They also are currently holding World Cup games in New York. So soccer, the culture of soccer is taking over, and it is enticing everybody to come along, be along, even if America is knocked out, right? July 3rd, you have all of Madison Square Garden shut down for Taylor Swift's marriage to Travis Kelce. And this weekend, you have 3 sold-out shows at Yankee Stadium for Jay-Z celebrating his
all right
25th anniversary, 30th anniversary of 2 of his albums, right? Culturally, at this moment, New York is in a grip lock.
It's close, at least. It's like less than a mile away.
New York, the culture.
Who's paying DoorDash for a delivery that's 0.8 miles away? Unless you don't have transportation, then I kind of get it.
Okay. Now,
it's a beautiful day. Walk down here.
Going on, you have,
and then again, could be disabled person. But more than likely, it's just a lazy. And I appreciate the money for your laziness. Thank you very much.
Reorganizing some of the aspects of government overall. You have all of these things going on. They are being drowned out by the things that are happening.
No, I get it, man. It's a lot of places been losing power around here. But knock on wood, we've been lucky. And I really, really need to get a generator backup.
That are happening in the political system, right?
So we had some last night, some good ones, but it's only just cloudy today, so most of the storms have already left me.
Like in real time, you have massive amounts of people fleeing the city. You have money fleeing the city. You have investments fleeing the city. More and more homeowners are going to be fleeing the city. You are going to see the financial results of what is happening in New York, but right now, in process, while it's being done, every single aspect of that, again, is being overlooked by the culture. The culture is blinding.
5 days? Damn.
Now, I know what y'all have a tendency to do.
Do you guys need the rain?
So before you start to reduce my message, because I know
we needed it when we started getting it last week, so we've been dry, pretty dry. So I was able to pick a day in between the rainy days and get the grass cut, but it's already starting to grow in good.
Next segment, I'm gonna talk to you about that. So I really, truly want you to hold on to that sentiment, but if you have been listening or watching and paying attention and actually seeking out relevant conversations,
I get you. Yeah, mine's about 13 years old, so I'm hoping a storm hits and rips up some tiles.
How to answer them with a renaissance.
My deductible, I think, for that is only like $1,500.
The horizon. Again, intellect and the culture in a simultaneous rework. With that being said, you also need to understand how we got here. Because you cannot just look at this democratic socialist uprising without understanding the cultural blocks that went behind making sure it was a success. You have to understand, right? The culture is
those look really good.
Culture is easier to sell.
Wow, 33-year-old man. That's whoever did that roof did a good job then.
You had the democratic socialists inserting their intellect into the culture of the left. Okay?
Seriously.
So whether it be the
did a hell of a job.
Culture of the left. These are all the green energy projects. These are the world is going to end in 10 years.
Somebody working at the Tire Man?
You would be stupid to have babies.
Well, it's Bell Tire now. Oh. Bell Tire must have bought out Tire Man.
An entire cultural phenomenon around the idea of environmentalism. Hidden in that idea of environmentalism was the intellect of Marxism. If you remember,
let's run in real quick.
Environmental justice, give them the money, make sure they get the money, in a Marxist format to sell environmentalism, right? This was oppression. This was systemic racism. This was a call for environmental reparations. Billions of dollars was dumped into the environmental cultural purge. None of that money actually got back to the people that were supposed to be oppressed. None of that money actually got back to the people that require justice in this environmentalism phase. But the Marxist intellect was completely inserted into it. And you can say the same when it came to environmental activism with things like PETA where PETA was giving animals personhood and reducing animal and human to the same necessity as far as life concerns life issues are concerned.
All right. One order down.
The forefront of the scale, all of this again.
Where we at? We're still at 10. Let's see if I can get an ad read in.
It's attached to this cultural revolution. It started with us being like, oh, we want to save the polar bears. Oh, we want to save the penguins. Oh, we want to save the whales. We want to save the dolphins.
Let me see if I can get an ad read in.
You know what would have a really good effect on society if all of us ate grasshoppers and bugs instead of actually consuming.
Yeah, a lot of places will do that if they're not getting business in your area, and you bring a newer company to an area.
Every single step.
You are dead on with that.
This Marxist ideology was implanted in some version of.
Yeah, all these freaking cars here, and there was 2 people inside that building. They must be doing work on all of them.
Of course, we can look at this and
all right, let me see if I can get an ad read in.
Not denying that, not pushing back from that. In fact, that's right.
Where's that?
Conversations I'm having.
Campaigns, is that it?
Also, you can look at this time period and start realizing all the things.
Just list the last ones I've done. It doesn't. Oh, I thought you could do a read from here.
Defunded them, trying to reconfigure all of society around what? Again, Marxist ideals. These are not Black cultural ideas that are being pushed.
They're just old campaigns. I thought I could do new ones.
Our storyline, our lives are being used, but when it comes down to actual policy being passed, there is no restrictive legislation. There is no reparations actual legislation. There are none of the things that would actually solve the problem.
All right, let's just go to our new spot.
Systemic racism playing themselves out in real time. None of the actual solutions go to that. Every single solution goes to, hey, if we give the government more money for this, Black people will benefit. If we give the government more money for that, we give the government more money for student loans. More Black people can go to college. If we give the government more money for health care, more Black people will have access to health care. So every single...
I've actually never been in my attic. Well, the wife owned the house before I met her, so... But I've had no reason going in the attic. We don't put anything up there.
Leads back to some Marxist ideals.
It's not easy to get to either.
They did the exact same thing with the rainbow flag. All of the LGBT people. You start seeing Marxism come into.
And then I got a crawl space too, so I don't even have a basement. Just a ranch.
Also with gender, right? With DEI, with programs like that. So they take all of these little separate revelations or revolutions, many little uprisings that are happening all on the leftist side of the aisle, and they just insert their intellect into those discussions. Now, when Democrats...
Yeah, I don't get squirrels in my backyard because it's fenced in, and the dogs run free back there. It's about an acre, so... But the front yard, we do get squirrels because that's where the bird feeder is, and we got some big trees up front there.
Now that it's safe to call yourself a socialist, now that it's safe to call yourself a Marxist, and not just safe, but it also allows you to get elected. It also
this looks like it's going to be a motel or something. Weird spot for a hotel.
Why do they need to hide it in any of the cultural elements anymore? Why do they need to hide it? Again, I've asked this question for like about 2 years now.
Oh, you know what?
You notice there is no more talk about environmentalism?
I can't. I'm going to try and hang left and right. I'll go check out the liquor store, see if they happen to have some buffalo available.
But now, do you hear any of them talking about it? Now that a lot of those conversations, excuse me, are being replaced with the necessity for data centers or this, that, or the other.
Yeah, we have an oak tree in the backyard. It's just, like I said, the dogs. I mean, it's a big one too. It's over 100-year-old oak. You can't even wrap your arms around it with 2 people.
They're talking about the capitalistic nature of it. This whole Marxism inserted into environmentalism has now shed its coat. It no longer wears the environmentalism.
Yeah.
It's just plainly Marxism. And the same thing with PETA. Like, what if you heard anything about
maybe in Toledo, but not here in Maumee. They're not so accepting of that around here.
Have you noticed that these conversations are completely missing, completely absent, completely devoid?
Especially now where I live too.
Coming out from the left.
White House.
Again, it's shed its skin. Same thing with black people. You are now noticing black people are realizing they don't really have a place anymore. They kind of ticked off a lot of the democratic socialists, and now they are being pushed into an understanding.
You think the snakes would get the birds?
That is no longer on the issue. We are colorblind.
Real question.
And the only thing we want to have as the center and the crux of our conversation is a conversation wrapped up around class. So if you don't want to have a class talk, we don't need to have a race talk with you. So again, it's shedding all of its.
Trying to find it. There's a back road here. Okay, there it is.
With the rainbow, same thing with gender.
I used to have a Burmese python.
All of these layers.
His name was Mitch, just like the road trip movie.
Underlying ideology is now starting to present itself. Basically, Marxism has swallowed up the culture. And remember, the culture always wins.
Oh, getting the nest egg. I know they like to eat eggs. I don't know about birds, though.
The ideology. Whoever is able to put their ideology
hopefully this isn't one way.
vehicle has the most likely chance.
Do not enter. Okay, I was going the right way then.
On the other side. This is where we currently are. The only
I'll pause my dash if I can make it into this parking lot without getting in another run in and see if they have any Buffalo Traces. It hasn't been allocated in 2 years, but it's still very hard to find. If I can find a bottle, I can resell it.
Marxism is at odds with a black agenda. It is at odds with a rainbow agenda. It is at odds with a gender ideology. It is at odds with all
his bottle.
Intellectual areas. You're not going to get a renaissance. You're not going to get a rebirth. These things have to happen simultaneously. They are not happening simultaneously. What you're seeing right now is the culture covering. It's not advancing a message. It's not advancing an ideology. It's not pushing a narrative. It's not doing any of those things. It is merely acting as a show.
All right, let me pause my DoorDash and I'll be right back. Oh, fuck. As soon as I fucking pulled up. God damn it. And away we go. They sell out before I can get back over here. I'm going to be pissed. Magic Walk. Here we come.
Very, very, very soon, you're going to have to choose between a renaissance and a revolution.
Is she yelling?
Will you know the difference? Will you know how to sell it?
Yeah, she yells a lot. She's a
dynamics?
those black conservative girls, man. They get noisy.
And actually get winning results. Remember,
I like the nighttime girl. This one gets a little bit ghetto.
This time will be no exception. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back on the other side. You know the hit.
Magic Walk. Oh, snap.
Now get to know the man behind the music.
Yo, what's up? It's The Dream. Welcome to my world. The Dream takes over the flow. We're getting into some songs that I wrote, the stories behind them, and the music from my new album, Love Hate 2. On The Dream Radio.
On now. 6 p.m. to midnight Eastern on the flow.
We got 2 minutes to pick this up. I'll be right back.
How many times are you going to walk into that outdated bathroom and think, stop putting it off and transform your bathroom and your life in as little as one day with a beautiful, affordable shower makeover from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Choose from custom designs tailored to your budget and style, including safety-focused features for beauty and peace of mind.
I've had a great experience from start to finish. The crew that came in, they were so professional. This looks like a marble, beautiful, new shower, and it was done all in one day.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free design consultation and quote. Call 800-384-3341. That's 800-384-3341. 800-384-3341. With purchase and installation, financing through third-party lenders, subject to credit approval. No interest and no payments if paid in full within 12 months. Charge from purchase date if not paid in full. Not all will qualify. Call dealer for details. You've worked hard for your money. Now let it work hard for you. RJM Group and Company has been helping families grow their wealth for over 30 years, right here in South Florida. Imagine an investment as steady as a CD account, but earning returns from 7% to 20%, guaranteed every month or every year. With contracts from 1 to 5 years, RJM puts you in control. No gambling, no guessing. Just smart, secure growth backed by real estate expertise you can trust. If you've been waiting for the right way to invest, call RJM Group and Company now at 1-888-775-3002. That's 1-888-775-3002. That's 1-888-775-3002. RJM Group. Trusted, proven, built for your future.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
Andrew Wilkow. Freedom means you can chart your own course, cut your own path, live your own life. You can rise and fall on your own merits without the government being intertwined in every single personal decision that you make. That's what it means to be free, and that's what it means to be an American on the 250th birthday of the state.
Oh, it smells good. Pepper steak. No bow streams? Yeah, where's he been lately? I know he was trying to do some kick streams, and actually I added restream to this, but it doesn't look like it's working. I don't think my kick is active.
Talking about the culture, and you still say how this shows how
132. I have 3 minutes to get there. It better not be that far away, I guess.
Every Democrat because culture, right? Okay. No. I'm not gonna sit and let the self-righteous thing happen. Not on my watch. I need to remind y'all, right? The last 10 months here on the right. Do y'all even understand the last 10 months and the behavior of the right for the last 10 months? Now, I know it wasn't all of us. It wasn't. Guess what? It wasn't all the Democrats either, but it don't stop you from saying it was, does it? And every Democrat is not falling for the cultural switcheroo, but it's not stopping you from claiming that they are guilty of it, correct? So yes, that actually gets extended back to you. So it may not be you specifically, but it is you on the right. It is the ideology that you follow. And a lot of the people that were doing it are people that most of you support. So yeah, the right behavior over the last 10 months. It has turned into a culture in and of itself. Of course, it is a conspiracy culture, and it's not one of intellect. It's not one of fact. It is not one of work. It is not one of activation. It is not one of mobilization. It is not one of a cultural.
He had a good 2 weeks in a row of some steady streams, and then he cut it off again.
It's not. It is a conspiracy culture. Now, I am not a fan of Ben Shapiro. I've said this numerous times on the show. Again, reminder, because we are in the conspiracy culture, it has nothing to do with him being Jewish. The way I feel has nothing to do with him being Jewish. I have worked with him firsthand. My opinion is based on firsthand knowledge, and a lot of the reason I do not like him revolves around a cultural issue. And We have debated, we have talked, we did not come to a place of understanding, and therefore I still hold today the same belief that I held then. But again, it is one for honest experience and not just, oh, I watched this video and now I feel. It's not that, okay? Now, Bear produced one of the
Jesus Christ.
best mockery videos I have ever
Fucking
seen.
idiots, man.
Period. Right? It is the scorching irony. It is the biting ridicule. It is all of those things wrapped up into
Let me go drop this off.
package. So I do not have to like the person to think that the package was completely dope. One of the best. Subject matter, Candace Owens, the rights queen of conspiracy. Right? Yeah, it was good. It was good. Okay? Let's go through some of the clips because I need a laugh. You need a laugh. Maybe we can laugh together. Let's go ahead and play the maroon clip. Clip number 2, please.
Now, as we know, because Candace investigated it, there were a lot of decoys, Fed decoys, or Israeli decoys, or some decoys wearing roof at Utah Valley University the day Charlie was shot.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
When I looked at the footage of Charlie and what happened on September 10th, it struck me as
All right,
highly
let's try
unusual
and...
that there were so many men wearing maroon shirts. Like it's
Hey, another order already.
Color that men wear all the time.
Boom, boom, boom.
Men, all of whom were alone, I might add, who were once just hear Charlie Kirk speak alone, and they were wearing maroon shirts. And I just said to myself, this feels like organization to me.
I mean, but what was she wearing that day? Do we know? You know, was she wearing maroon? Like a student from Texas A&M? Hell, would she even have been admitted to Texas A&M? And also, maroon, Candace, really, you expect us to just believe that you had nothing to do with maroon? I mean, Kanye West collaborated. Kanye West, who she's really close friends with, super close, collaborated with Maroon 5 on a single called Heard Him Say in 2005. And we know that Candace Owens and Kanye West are super close, like super duper close. I mean, like really close. I mean, look, there's Charlie in the background in this photo. I mean, it blows your mind. Like, look at this. Look at this. Kanye West with Adam Levine from Maroon 5, Kanye West with Candace Owens, and Charlie Kirk just standing there like a third man, forgotten man in the background. There are no coincidences. How stupid do they think we are? You think we're stupid? You gotta follow the dots. Kanye West has a song with Adam Levine of Maroon 5. Adam Levine, by the way, is a Frankist. I'll bet you didn't know that. Adam Levine, who's from a long line of Frankists. And Kanye West just doing songs with them.
Squirrels all over here.
All close with Kanye. And then a bunch of Fed decoys show up at UVU wearing maroon like a Frankist Satanist would. They're taking moves like Jagger to avoid the obvious here. It gets even worse. For example, look at the wardrobe. Look at the visual staging here. During the height of the summer 2025 broadcast cycle, Candace systematically reconfigured her entire on-air presence to feature deep maroon color blocks as the exact aesthetic marker she anchored to her theoretical look-alike phantoms. I mean, look at this. What color is she wearing there?
All right.
That's right, that's maroon.
So he goes on to show multiple pictures of Candace Owens in different maroon shirts. Okay. Now, instantly, if you're watching these, you should instantly understand that it's parody. You should instantly understand that it's
I can tell by listening to it was parody.
You should instantly understand that
it's a joke.
There is some intellectual trickery happening here. But when this same behavior came from Candy,
little skeezers,
none of y'all can notice it. And I'm not talking about
a Weberoni.
I'm talking about 2016, 2017. I'm talking about a long time. Same format. Y'all could notice it. Look. I'm telling you, Chef Kiss. Let's go on to clip number 3 because I want to laugh. I'm hoping y'all laughing with me. I hope we both find this to the same degree of ha. So let's go ahead and play clip number 3.
You want to talk about suspicious? She got married in what is
easily the weirdest love story of like all time. I mean, she met her husband, George, and she barely knew him. And then they just got married. That's an up, okay? We're not stupid. We're not stupid. Okay, we're not stupid. That's an up. That's an up. Candace supposedly attends a crowded dinner party consisting of like 30 people. You want to guess who else was seated at that exact same table? Charlie Kirk. Is that a coincidence? He was there when she met her husband. It was at that exact event that she met George Farmer, who was the wealthy son of prominent British Tory peer, Lord Michael Farmer. Here was Candace describing this with her husband, George. I sat next to you. You basically said nothing to me.
Correct. I did what I've done for the past 6 years. I just said nothing.
And it worked.
And it worked. Yeah,
It absolutely
and then you married me, so I have no idea why.
Yeah. 18 days later,
yeah, that's right.
We get engaged.
And I called her and I just said, listen, I know this is completely crazy and we've just met, but how do you feel about getting married to me?
Just real quick. I missed the bit where there was any sort of...
There was literally nothing romantic had been said up to this point.
Okay.
I mean, literally nothing.
So, okay, so I missed nothing.
We hadn't gone on a date. We had not talked about marriage or the future or anything like that.
All right.
And and she said yes.
Weird, because, there it is. I mean, does that sound natural to you? We are closely getting to the point where satire and ridicule and parody sounds a lot like real life. Because all of that could have sounded like parody. It could have sounded like a joke. But that's legitimately the truth. That is legitimately how it happened. Hey, I know we're laughing together, but please, it gets funnier. It gets funnier. Let's go. Let's play clip number 4. This would require a cover-up, like a big cover-up, right? I mean, like, that's what everyone says when you theorize this. Who would cover it up? Like, who would help cover it up? Here's the thing. We know that Candace is skilled in the art of the cover-up. For example, public accusations and document trails have emerged directly naming her husband, George Farmer, in a high-stakes hit-and-run cover-up in August of 2023 involving a victim named Tracy Robinson. Wait. Robinson. Does that name sound familiar? George Farmer hit somebody in his car, maybe named Robinson. How many Robinsons even are there in the world? How many Robinsons, like Tyler Robinson, have Candace and her husband had contact with? Statistically, something like 1 in every 600 Americans is named Robinson. But you're telling me, you're trying to tell me that Candace and George are involved in 2 separate scandals with people named Robinson? That's like the odds of a lightning strike twice.
I got a free poster too.
Let's use some common sense for people. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. The documented profile in that case. It should be. It should be.
Took a photo, damn it. Wait.
But this is legitimately what was happening. This method of operating is exactly what was happening. Everybody should have been able to listen to this and reduce it to nonsense. They should have been able to reduce it to gibberish. They should have been able to see all of these random dots and just be like, that shit crazy. But y'all didn't do that. No. She became, again, from the ashes, y'all's new phoenix, taking all the oxygen out of the room on the right, doing stuff like this, okay? Doing stuff like this. And I think that this part to me was chef's kiss. Again, do not have to
0.8 miles away. I swear people in mommy are lazy as fuck.
Absolutely freaking fabulous.
I love their laziness.
Let's go ahead with the last clip number 5, please.
Pay me for your laziness.
Last night, the angel Michael visited me in a dream. He was carrying a fiery sword, and on one shoulder, he was carrying a boombox. And then the angel turned on the boombox, and the sound of a Charlie Kirk speech came out. And then
Yeah, I know, she is loud.
Beyonce showed up randomly. But was it even random? Because then she started singing the 1998 Destiny's Child hit, No, No, No. I woke up with a cold sweat. It was terrifying.
You just get a Ruger 380 or something. That's nice and small. Easy trigger pull. That's what my wife uses.
No. Just as
380 is just about the same stopping power as the 9mm.
That song was no coincidence. Just as Beyonce sang to me from the dream world. It's not just Dream Girl Beyonce. It's sources. Really important sources. I have tons of sources, so many sources. Endless numbers of sources. Sources so important, I can't name them. Because, I'm afraid what might happen to them if I name those sources. I mean, look what happened to Charlie. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, she concealed carries her Ruger all the time.
So, no.
I carry a Byrna.
Absolutely freaking fabulous, okay? I know that it took probably a gang of writers. I know that he probably had to shoot it multiple times with the right take. Like,
A lot of ranges will let you try different weapons too. A lot of times they have rental weapons. You can try different ones.
It was very funny. It was extremely freaking hilarious. So, if you want a good laugh, please, I highly suggest you go and you watch the whole thing. Okay, it's about 30 minutes or so, or 27 minutes or so, but 30 minutes, rounded up. And I think you'll get a kick out of it. I think you'll get a hoot out of it. But more importantly, I want you to understand. I want you to see and to realize that everything he's doing in this video is the mannerisms of Candy. Okay? And I am sorry to every single one of y'all that are trying to say,
all right, let me drop off this pizza and then I'm paused because I want to go check out that store.
It has been the last 10 years. Y'all didn't want to see it. Y'all didn't want to understand it. You didn't want to believe it because she was saying stuff that sent the tingle up your leg. She was saying the things that you wanted to hear. And this is where people like Ben Shapiro need to be put on the hook. Y'all created her. She could say the things that y'all couldn't say. She could degrade and belittle and downgrade Black people the way that y'all couldn't. So y'all elevated her. And again, I have been here the entire time. So you're not going to rewrite history when it comes to me. This has been her method of operation her entire time in politics. And when it was directed at Black people, y'all had no problem with it. Y'all crowned her, y'all put her at the seat of glory, y'all made her your idol. And I told you, I don't judge people. I talk about ideas. I don't talk about people. I talk about ideas. I don't focus on people. I focus on ideas. And I have continuously had to come back and ask you, what am I supposed to do when you make your idea a person? Now we're here. Now your person is destroyed, and every single idea that was attached to that person is going to burn in the fire of her own destruction. You get it now. And you kept saying, we tried with Black people. We tried with Black people. No, you didn't. You put out Candace, and Black people rejected it for good reason. Very, 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 very good reason. Which you are currently now learning, but you just couldn't see back then. Again, the culture always wins. And if the only culture you have is conspiracy culture, then guess what? That culture will also win. No matter how empty it is, no matter how devoid of real intellectual thought it contains, it is still going to win. So keep putting stupidity in your cultural vehicle and let it ship itself all around your little bubble. How has that been working out for you the last 10 months? Before you get self-righteous about the culture running New York, at least they have victories that make the culture go around. What are y'all saying?
Oh, wow. Fucking dead bird in front of that door. Looks like it had just run. It looked like fresh one, too. It looked like it just run into the glass door there.
You know me. I'm just asking questions. Aren't I allowed to ask questions? Isn't that rational?
We were just talking about birds. Poor birdie. He probably had a broke neck. Hello, wifey. Ooh, what happened here?
I think we're going to take a short break and we'll come back in a moment.
Baseball's Mass Kobe in Philadelphia for the MLB All-Star Game. And MLB Network Radio on Sirius.
Yep, Rip Bird. I didn't touch it. I just pointed it out when she went to open the door. I was like, hey, don't hit the bird. You got a dead bird right in front of you. It doesn't look like a cat brought it up because usually they're mangled up and stuff, but it looks like a bird that had just run into the door or something. Poor birdie. Oh, buddy. Yeah, it was a cool little house. Mummy's a nice little area, this part of it anyway.
And there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a
it's ridiculous how much they want for these houses here, too.
Annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit.
Oh, yeah, especially out in the country, it's really flat.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-848-1331. That's 800-848-1331. 800-848-1331. Your medication for enlarged prostate.
Then you get out toward the east side or east over there by Pennsylvania. It gets pretty hilly. Well, even around Cleveland, it gets pretty hilly.
It's fine. That's the problem. Fine. Enlarged prostate, or BPH, doesn't pause because the medication takes the edge off. The prostate keeps growing. The bladder keeps working harder. And over time, those changes can be harder to reverse. But surgery? Not for you, right? Aquablation is not the surgery you're picturing. It's the only ultrasound-guided and robotic-assisted therapy for enlarged prostate. Don't wait until things become unbearable. Find an Aquablation urologist near you.
A lot of farms. Only hills really are around the rivers.
That's Aquablation.com.
You get some hilly areas, like I said, Cleveland, southeast of Cleveland, then out to the east side, east of the state, over by Pennsylvania, and then, of course, southern, the Appalachian Valley.
Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
This is Sonny's Corner with your host, Sonny Johnson. On Sirius.
Suburb of the U.S. Most of the city itself is kind of an S-hole. But.
So, with the MOU between America and Iran now going by the wayside, and now the attacks are back on, we're back to hitting Iran. I think I would feel remiss if I didn't take a second to remind you because I did get a little distracted with nonsense this morning, but it was funny. But I still want to make sure I am reminding you, we are at the end of global.
Barely.
We're at the end of that chapter, okay? The
no more barely, because
world order will not exist into the future. Old alliances will not remain as they once were. Old adversaries will
Dollywood
not remain as they once were. Things that are happening in now are going
Idly Wild.
now. Some things never change. Some things never change.
I didn't notice you tell them. I noticed you sing. No big deal. We won't tell anybody else. Let them slowly figure it out. I'm gonna see if they have any premiums here. I pulled in last time without it paused and didn't even make it inside.
The issue of trade, period. And they will continue to operate around the system of trade. Period. Point blank.
Dirty would know about that.
So that's why I'm talking.
Dirty was actually in here earlier as just a guest. I don't think he has a rumble anymore. I'll be right back.
And the 7 most important sea trade routes, you start to understand about what we are seeing all around the globe right now, especially what we are seeing in the Middle East, right? So a big portion of this fight that is happening is about the Strait of Hormuz and it being the Iran saying that it has control over it, America saying no, it's international waters, it's free and open for everybody to use, and Iran decided, hey, we're gonna blow you up if you think you're gonna come through here, even though a lot of people are taking the Omani side of the route to try to make it through the canal. Now listen, through the strait. I'm sorry. This is going to be the ever evolving fight. As more of the ice melts out of the Arctic, you are going to start to even see more of it happening as they start breaking ice and understanding what the Greenland fight was about and all of that, right? These trade route fights are going to shape and define what the future looks like. And a lot of the global players are not going to be in the same position that they were previously. If you're looking at countries all throughout Europe, you see and understand the massive amount of change that is happening on that continent. And majority of those countries are not going to look the same 10, 20 years from now. You are looking at the 1,000-year leader of the world in the UK now becoming almost irrelevant in almost every conversation.
Yeah, they get their allocated stuff on Thursdays. They're already gone. Remember that.
Destroy itself over a war in Ukraine.
All right, time to go live again. Unpause.
Righteous war. They may think it's a war we're fighting. That is not the discussion I'm having right now. What Russia has done to their population, we can even talk about what Ukraine has done to their population, but Ukraine is not seen as the big dog on the board. Russia was. Ukraine is, we're not like scared to death of, oh my God,
Picklesburg.
nuclear weapons and nuclear waste. All of we are worried about.
We went to the first annual Pickle Fest in Toledo a couple weeks back. They were not ready for it. There was way too many people there.
That have been taken by Russia in this Ukrainian war will take them at least 100 years to catch up to where they were, and they were already on a downward slope. It's not going to look the same. It's not going to run the same. It's not going to have
the old Guadalupe
capabilities as a country. When you start to look at how Ukraine has hit their energy sources, how they have been taking out some of the leadership, they're not afraid to strike in country right now. Russia is not going to look the same. And while I'm at it, calling out the future ramifications for all the other countries around the globe, America is no exception. We are over $37 trillion in debt, running.
Man, she is annoying today.
Deficit. everything and everything they want to give to everybody for free, can you even imagine if they get even a portion of their agenda passed, or if they just get that agenda opened up to the illegals that are here, whether that just means giving illegal
Yeah, it was a bummer.
or actually giving illegals citizenship.
We actually had primo parking too. We know somebody who's got a condo downtown.
Do you even understand? The one thing
We're able to park in her garage.
Us fulfilling the ramifications is our military. And if our military doesn't show up and do what it's supposed to do in Iran, America might not be a part of the new globalization efforts either. At least not in its.
Yeah, the lines were too long, and
Consider that while you're thinking about.
they were out of a lot of stuff 2 hours into it.
We'll be back on the other side.
Oh, same thing I said. Yeah, they were not ready for the crowds that they got because it was the first one. I honestly, hopefully, if they do it again next year, they're more prepared with more vendors. Wasn't a very large vendor area either.
If your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket.
You know, the bars and stuff downtown were doing specials, but
no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly.
Yeah, they had some really good looking stuff. They were offering different foods and stuff, but hell, we waited in one line, got all the way to the front, and they said they were out of what we wanted. So
benefits including complete tire care and key fob replacement, a $2,000 value at no extra cost.
Oh shit!
You could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
And now hear the chime of this order coming in. Thing I got here, I got over just in time.
The mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that
Taco Hail.
IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to kickstart your IT career today. And a IT certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good night's sleep.
Never gets old. Celebrating America 250. Sirius XM Patriot 125.
This is our town hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The U.S. and Iranian leaders traded further threats today as the interim deal to end the war buckles under repeated crossfire in the Middle East. President Trump threatening further missile attacks against Iran after it failed to submit to U.S. demands to declare the Strait of Hormuz open. Global oil demand is dropping, but not here in the U.S.
The International Energy Agency expects global demand for oil to drop about 1 million barrels per day this year. That will be the first decline since the height of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. It's due to higher oil prices and supply disruptions caused by the Iran war. Those disruptions weighed heavily but unevenly, with Asia, which relies heavily on oil from the Middle East, seeing the most significant drop. The main exception was the U.S., where gasoline use increased in the second quarter this year, despite pump prices that in May spiked 50% above pre-war levels. I'm Ben Thomas.
Graham Plattner has submitted his paperwork to formally pull out from Maine's U.S. Senate race that officially ends an upstart yet troubled campaign whose dissolution threatens Democrats' pursuit of flipping that long-held seat by has struck out a Texas law that had granted in-state college tuition rates to illegal aliens.
The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled Texas's 2001 DREAM Act unconstitutional.
benefit was not equally available to out-of-state American citizens. The ruling is expected to force schools to reclassify affected students as out-of-state and could trigger similar legal challenges in other states. Ken Lorman reporting. More at Town Hall.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline, 800-305-6762. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-305-6762 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-305-6762. Free call.
All right, part one of the order. Now we got to go get some Papa John's.
A July 4th boat trip, an 18-year-old black teen's death, and a family search for answers, all in the Deep Southwest. Correspondent Julie Walker.
18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells took a July 4th boat trip with friends to an island off Mississippi's Gulf Coast. He ended up dead. His parents want answers. Mom, Christine Walmsley. We just want to know what happened. And why our baby didn't come home. Wells was reported missing that night and found dead 2 days later. Authorities believe he drowned. His family is skeptical and says they recovered his cell phone with deleted messages. I'm Julie Walker.
Actor Anthony Hopkins has a new occupation, that of composer. The 88-year-old star movies like Shadowlands, releasing an album of orchestral music he's written over the past 6 decades. In a statement he wrote, quote, "I've been composing music all my life. Some of these pieces have lived with me for decades." Breaking news at townhall.com.
Next, bringing you the latest from her corner of the streets, it's Sunny's Corner with your host, Sunny Johnson.
Super El Nino.
Alright, welcome back to Sunny's Corner. One day I am really going to stop singing to y'all here. I know I can't sing. People think that I can. But welcome back to Sunny's Corner, everybody. Okay, we have now entered that point in the conversation where I'm probably going to say some things that you do not like, some things that you do not wish to hear. Okay? 866-957-2874. 866-957-2874. Now, I'd also like to say I have been practicing patience recently. It's one of the things that, as I have took a kind of sabbatical from being extra involved in politics, and I will get back. Don't worry about that. But again, this last 10 months of y'all nonsense has made it really difficult for me to even want to stay in politics. But
You're not even in
more I pray on
politics.
it, the more I have an honest conversation with God about where I am and what I want to do and how He wants me to move. I really do understand that I do still want to be in politics, so I will be in politics. I am learning to have patience, and I'm just like, God, I do not know how much patience you expect of me.
Well, they're both the baby. One's
So
masculine, one's feminine.
but He still requires a certain level of patience from me. So I am going to be exercising that patience today. If you want to call in again, 866-957-2874, 866-957-2874. I will try my absolute best to impart that patience onto you. So I just kind of want to let that sit out in the ethosphere for a second. Now, it's kind of glad that I pre-recorded for last week for America's birthday, because I would have hated to have gotten the announcement about the birthright citizenship prior to actually having that show. So I'm glad everything worked out the way that it did. But that means that we now have to have that conversation revolving around birthright citizenship. So, of course, Trump put out an executive order ending birthright citizenship. The Supreme Court took on the order and it was struck down, leaving birthright citizenship to remain the law of the land.
Got that female thing to it?
Every single thing.
Oh, family with a PH. Isn't that cute?
Is something that I have said to you numerous times.
That's a fat family.
I fully understand some people may be your first time listening, so it's your first time hearing it. Anyone who has listened to me for any number of years, you know everything that I am about to say to you. I have said once before,
right, PH fat.
twice before,
I'm F fat.
before. I've done entire segments on the things that
I could be both though. I can be PH fat and F fat.
I've given you context. I've given you historical connection. I've given you cultural relevance. There is not a single
permission to party. November 5th.
Say to you
with Bert Kreischer.
not said in the
coming
past.
to the Stranahan.
In the past, when I've said these things, it has been reduced to, oh, she just.
He's going to be a comedian that dies relatively young. I mean, he's not young now. He's got kids that are pretty much grown now, but still, his lifestyle's awfully hard. I know he chilled out for about a year, but everything I see on him lately, he's back at it hard with the booze again.
See that explode, right? Everything I am going to say right now is going to be self.
This idiot's got his fucking door open, so nobody else could fucking pull him apart.
You didn't like it the first time. You didn't like it the first time.
Surprise, surprise, female.
It being me, I'm going to say it again. But if you want to participate in the conversation, you want to add anything, want to say anything, want to fight me back about anything, please be my guest. 866-957-28. Okay, so when it comes to the issue of birthright citizenship, I want to talk to you about why it fell in the Supreme Court, and it's not about process, right? A lot of people were arguing process, and I can even understand that, right? But that's not why it fell. And if y'all are not going to be honest about why it fell, you're never going to be able to have a legislative argument that will fix some of the things that are wrong with birthright citizenship, nor will you have an argument that allows for any kind of constitutional amendment to come to fruition to change the parameters of what birthright citizenship means and who it applies to. If you have no understanding of how we got here, you will have no understanding about what it is going to take to fix it. Okay? So if you want to take this conversation and just reduce it to a race conversation, instead of listening to what I am saying to you, that is a you problem. Okay? And again, I'm not using hypotheticals. I'm not going to tell you what I know. No. Like, none of that is the case. I am going to give you actual facts that actually happened. And while I can't give all context because I don't want to take up all of the time on that, I am free to do it anytime y'all request it. I'll do a whole show on it and play every single thing back for you, give you every single lesson in long form and in context. Okay? I would be more than willing to do that. All right, so all of this started around the White Suffrage Act, the White Suffrage Movement. When I say the White Suffrage Movement, again, I get laughed at because it's like it's no such thing as the White Suffrage Movement. Actually, yes, it was. It was very, 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 very real, and it plays a large part in why you are seeing what you are seeing today, and why the Supreme Court will never strike down birthright citizenship. Okay? It starts with white male suffrage. Now, I want to remind you guys, because I think I've told y'all this quite a few times about AI and understanding what AI does and what AI doesn't do. So I wanted to just refresh myself, right? It's one of those things where I know what I know, but every time I know that I'm going to talk about these things, I go back and I refresh over all of these things just to make sure I remember the names right, I remember the years right, I remember the locations right, I remember the reasoning, rationale, context, those things. I want to make sure I'm not adding anything to it, I'm not embellishing it in any way. A really easy way to make sure none of those things are happening is to go back and refresh yourself. So I was like, I've been using Grok a lot, so I was like, let me use Grok just to go through and just refresh a lot of these things in my head. Grok, so I go and I ask Grok about white male suffrage.
All right. Let's rock. Drop off some Taco Bell first.
There's no attachment to white voting rights. There's no movements or revolving around the subject. All of these things are.
Are you kidding me?
Like conspiracy theories that.
Why are all these so fucking close?
In the 1950s, leading up to the Civil
I'm
Rights.
loving it, man.
This is what Brock is telling me.
Loving it.
I'm like, Brock, you're wrong here. I'm talking about Aaron Burr and the movement he led. I get a result back from Brock. No, Aaron Burr was a suffragist.
Don't knock. Leave order on porch. Okie dokie. I love the no contact.
I know Brock is lying to me. I know it is not telling me the truth. So I go in and I'm like, wait a minute, no. Let me add the context to you. Aaron Burr, New York City.
Hey, Jody.
Early 1800s.
Hey, did you get the invite for the
immigrant voting rights? Brock instantly says, and I want to read this from Brock again. If I say it
for the fantasy football?
Then it just must be me making everything racial, right? It can't be me just telling you history. It cannot be that. It must be me racializing a subject. So I want to read it from Brock. All right? So I said, movement in New York City, early 1800s to give white immigrants voting rights.
Yep, ESPN.
Yes, this connects with early 19th century New York politics, particularly through Aaron Burr and Tammany Hall. Mind you, Brock has spent the last
they do be creeping.
Telling me I was crazy and I was making something up and what I was talking about didn't
They
exist.
do be creeping.
You have to give it exact context for it to give you an answer even close to being relatable to the question you asked it. Again, remember that about AI and take that into consideration anytime you are blatantly following any of the information that's given to you from AI. Make sure you include as much context as possible around the issue that you're talking about. All right? But it goes, yes. This connects with early 19th century New York politics, particularly through
Volvo the North Witch.
Tammany Hall. In the early 1800s, New York and other states. So again, it was not restricted to New York. I have a clear understanding of that. It was not restricted.
Absolutely talk shit.
But early 1800s.
Welcome, Volvo.
And other states. I'm just kind of reminding you how many socialists we would actually put into office in the years that follow this. Just keep that in mind as we have this conversation. I'm sorry, I digress one more time. All right, in the early 1800s, New York and other states gradually expanded voting rights for white male immigrants and working class men by reducing or eliminating property ownership requirements. This was not a single white voting act, but part of a broader suffrage reforms favoring white men. Tammany Hall, founded in 1788, America founded in
Oops, I missed it.
1776. Understand, founded in 1788 as a fraternal society.
Oh,
it
yeah.
evolved into a powerful democratic political machine in New York City. Aaron Burr played a key early role in building its influence, using it for Jeffersonian Republican organizing to challenge aristocratic Federalist elites. Tammany Hall and allies, including Martin Van Buren's Albany Regency, advocated
Right.
universal
Let me drop off this Taco Hell.
white male suffrage. Universal white male suffrage. This culminated in the 1821
Right back.
New York State Constitutional Convention, where
Yeah, no keepers unless everything converts. Nothing converted the way they said it was going to.
men greatly benefiting immigrants, craftsmen, and urban workers simultaneously imposed or raised a high property requirement for Black men, effectively disenfranchising most of them. This reform dramatically increased the electorate among white immigrants, Irish, and the others that were growing in vast numbers, strengthening Tammany Hall's base. The machine later provided services, jobs, naturalization help. Listen to me. Naturalization
Well, this
help.
one's all the way out in Holland.
What does naturalization help mean? It means it helped them become citizens. How were they voting before becoming citizens? Why was it necessary? And you can say for legacy generational white men in America, this movement meant something because it took the vote out of just the landowner's hands. Okay, I get it. But why would it matter so much about once the immigrant becomes a citizen, he's a white male that can vote, correct? So why would he need suffrage? Birthright citizenship wasn't just a thing. You actually had to go
10
through
minutes out.
a process of naturalization to be able to become a citizen and to be able to actually vote. Okay? Like, is this like
She is a squawker, ain't she?
making any sense to you, right? Now, early U.S. voting was often restricted to white male property owners. Reforms in the 1810s to 1820s across states dropped these barriers for white, while citizen requirements tightened. So there was no really requirement for you to be a citizen to actually vote. It was more about you being a property owner. So this left a lot of immigrants out. Again, not a need for citizenship.
I'm getting tired of her. Let me find something
To
else.
be able to vote, right? Racial distinction. Supporters frame this as empowering the white man's vote or democratic.
Be following today on your program. Jake Tapper is the CNN anchor, host of The Lead, and one of the co-hosts.
Dr. Laura? I haven't heard her in forever.
Go to the knockbox.com/Dr. Laura today and save 16% on the knockbox of your choice. That's the NOKbox.com/.
Where do white women
You
say?
can argue opinions all day long, but you can't argue results. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis.
I think Volvo's probably white.
For years, the big pet food companies have told you that their kibble has everything your dog needs. But here's the truth. That bag of food is cooked at such high temperatures, it's dead food.
I'm doing 10 over and you're on my ass.
Itchy skin,
Back up, dude.
and endless trips to the vet. But when you have rough breeds, you get the live vitamins, probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and antioxidants that your dog needs. It's not marketing hype. That's real results. Seeing your dogs are running around like puppies. Skin problems finally finding relief. And even the pickiest eaters are licking their bowl clean.
That's proof the industry can't deny. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to see it for yourself. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. Use discount code.
Yeah, except for on Amazon or Netflix.
250th birthday may have passed, but there's still time to celebrate one of the year's most inspiring films, Young Washington. It's a powerful reminder of the courage.
Dude, that was a decent movie. I liked it. Young Washington.
Build America. And Angel is still offering an incredible deal. When you become a premium,
all mixed up. No, that's Heinz 57 is like yeah, I guess a mix up, but
Angel's complete catalog
lots of different ingredients.
Plus 2 free tickets to see Young Washington and tickets to all future Angel theatrical releases. It's a great way to enjoy meaningful entertainment while supporting the kinds of stories we rarely see represented anymore. If you haven't seen Young Washington yet or are interested in Angel's fantastic streaming catalog,
oh, that's right.
Is the perfect time to become a member. Sign up today.
It's Latin.
Angel.com/Dr. Laura.
Roman.
That's Angel.com/Dr. Laura. Entertainment you can feel good about.
From the issues that matter to the voices that lead. Sirius XM Tribal. Choosing what's right.
Oh, this wants me to avoid the red light. This is weird. It's rare that Waze does this. Oh, fire truck coming. Signal.
Folks, when you turn on the news these days, how do you feel about retirement? Unsure? Experts say gold
pretty much a mutt.
$300 an ounce.
Got some of that Norse.
Money is moving in that direction. Here's the problem. Most gold companies treat women like an easy mark. That's why I trust Golden Crest Metals. Their founder, Rich Jacoby, was tired of watching honest Americans get ripped off. And when you place an order, he personally calls you to make sure everything went smoothly. Golden Crest is the only.
We haven't been to Pittsburgh in a minute, though, me and the wife. We're going to have to head back out there. We're just talking to a friend of ours from out there.
My listeners get a free
Dirty dog
review to see if gold and silver belong in your retirement. You may even qualify for up to $25,000 in free silver and up to 10 years of free IRA storage. Ask them about that. Make smart decisions with your retirement. Call 888-817-7172 or go to goldencrestmetals.com/
How's he been? Good. Good. He's been busy working a lot. Today's his missus's birthday. He popped in here as a guest earlier. He doesn't have. I don't think he has a login anymore. He took a long break from social medias. It was affecting him. Yeah, he actually shut down most of his accounts, but I text him once in a while. In fact, we did the other day, and said he would pop in, but he couldn't talk and chat because he doesn't have a login anymore. I did send him an invite for the fantasy league, though. He should be in it again. Him and his son. Yeah, I don't blame him.
What would your answer have been if
family's more important
to one or all three of them? Then it would be a problem. Can you expand on that? Here's my problem. If it's interfering, if it's interfering with his sexual life with her, his relationship in the family, his socializing, his health, his sleep, his work, then it's a problem. That a man
roller derby schedules
is kind of
apparently they still have a league around here.
So if it's infrequent, it's one thing. If it's become a rigid part of his life and it excludes other healthy activities and relationships. And yeah, if his idea of a relationship is to have one with an image on a screen, yeah, that's a problem. But that men have looked at magazines and looked at a pretty woman and masturbated.
Drunken Nacho.
It's only, to me, that's not a problem. It's an annoyance for women because we
Used to
always
be
feel
Jed's.
competitive.
Now it's called
pretty
the Drunken
women.
Nacho.
That's it. But if this is every now and then, and it doesn't interfere with anything, I feel bad when women get all ruffled about it.
Okay, that answered my question. I've been thinking about it since, because I was kind of holding my breath when she called, waiting to see how you would answer. And I'm glad that she answered no, but I kind of was wanting her to say yes to something because I wanted to hear what you would say.
Well, you handled it yourself personally. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Yeah, if you want clarity on something, she called it like a follow-up. Give me a call. Clarity, follow-up. I'm good with that. I don't debate, I don't argue, but clarity and follow-up, I love it. So give me a call at 1-800-375-2872 for whatever you'd like to get out of here. You'd just like this to be out of your head or off your back. You know what I mean. Okay, here we go. Stacy, welcome to the program.
I like getting food at that, what is that Baker Square it's called or something like that?
Thank you. How can I help?
Dr. Rama, try to make this brief. I have a very ugly daughter and an uglier granddaughter. And, and my daughter is pregnant with her second child. And James asked, they are not married. Understand that, no necessary, right?
And the reason they don't choose to have a sacramental joining is what?
I don't have to speak for them, of course.
I'm assuming it's sometime in your lifetime that you actually had a conversation with your daughter.
Bakery Square,
that's it. To understand her thinking and her point of view. I'm not asking you to guess.
Used to be old warehouse
if you
district.
Have never had a conversation. I'm a little stunned.
I love that food court there.
I do not believe that that
order through the app and they just bring it to you to the table. You can order for any of the different restaurants / vendors there.
But don't we put ourselves in a situation of sort of on the side?
I remember social.
Through who created human life. I'm still wondering if you had. So she said we don't need a piece of paper. So let me ask you this: were you married?
Yes. I was married. Yes.
Okay. So you and your husband never transferred to her?
Toledo's just called Glass City because Owens Corning, Libby Glass, still where most car windshields are made.
I make a great decision. I have 2 children. They both have different fathers. I married my second husband, who is father to neither, later in life. That's our second marriage.
Oh. So basically, she's following in your high heels. She's following in your high heels.
She's done other things, but
832 Dorcas. The name of this road is Dorcas. See? Dorcas. Why the fuck did it make me go all the way around like that?
But I also have to love it. My more concern is if two beautiful women, two grandchildren.
Good.
You're very much about. And I am not going to tell my daughter what to do. I'm not going to rescue her. These are her choices. This is her life. And I support her emotionally. Be there for her when she needs to somebody.
And what is your question for me, Stacy?
My question is, where can I say? I can support her. So I'm not telling her what to do.
All right. Be right back.
But to guide her.
Okay, Stacy, stop. Stop. Stacy, can you hear me? Say stop. Okay, then stop. Okay? It's too late for your advice. She grew up in a circumstance where she sees that as a viable alternative. And if we're desperate to have a connection to some man, having a baby and not forcing him to have a commitment, or standing up for our mother and being supportive that she did this without, that's all the stuff running around in your head. Your purpose now is to be a grandma. Spend time with them, do stuff with them. This is your purpose, not to guide her anymore. You're done with that.
Okay. You know what? I'm thank you for that.
Okay.
I really appreciate it. That is sounded like so. Thank you so much, Dr. Laura, and I wish you all the best this wonderful hot summer.
Oh, yeah, I'm a widow. My number 1-800, and I'm not married for husbands. 1-800 375-2872. Diane, welcome to the program.
All right.
Summarize my question as this.
Dorcas is better than Dingus.
Anything should I do to try to get my 34-year-old daughter to seek an
Rat City Roller Derby.
So what I do
Okay, sweetheart. I can't help you because there's nothing you can do to make her do something, and you know that. So you're calling me out of desperation, thinking there must be
Fucking looking at me
something.
weird, dude.
And maybe Dr. Laura knows that must be something, and there isn't. So I can help you survive.
I just dropped off the pizzas.
I can help you hope, perhaps, but we can't change her. We can't. I'd love to.
Guy was looking at me like he was gonna do something. I was like, motherfucker,
All right. Well,
you ain't doing shit.
quite a volatile personality, very extreme overreaction to things, and it's becoming very difficult for family events and
Ooh, yellow light, yellow light, yellow light.
situations occur with her, and when we, talk to her.
Why don't you try an intervention where you get everybody who has this sentiment about what she's doing? She obviously has an illness, and perhaps even hasn't been diagnosed correctly, and that might be part of the problem. That often is part of the problem. But we might benefit, maybe, from an intervention where we get everybody in the room with a licensed clinical social worker and who helps you understand what you're supposed to do in an intervention and what you're not supposed to do. But to have everybody explain how this is hurting them, to see her always so explosive and to be sad and this and that and the other thing. It's starting to be very uncomfortable. Whatever, the social worker is going to help you focus on that. So get a hold of one of those first. And then tell them this is what you want to do. And then get a hold of everybody. And people who can't be there in person, maybe we can Zoom them. But it really helps when there's a lot of people physically in the room at one time. You might want to try that.
Yeah, my first reaction was to storm out of the room.
That is very possible, but you're asking me what you could do.
Yeah, no.
Anything you do does not guarantee success.
No.
But that's why I want you to have a social worker there to help you.
You can't turn left here. Fuck.
How to do this and how to present it to her or trap her. Whatever. Get some help with it. You can't guarantee anything will come of it. But one of the things ultimately you're going to have to tell your daughter is this behavior is resulting in us not inviting you to things anymore because we can't tolerate the abusive behavior that you.
Ohio Valley? Is that like Southern Ohio?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Like Youngstown area, maybe? Or maybe farther, like Ironton or Cincinnati?
Yeah. Agreed. All right. I appreciate your being candid with me on that, and I knew you would help me come around to how to handle it. Thank you.
Okay. You're very welcome. Going to take a break. Come back with your calls. way, I come back with your call. Don't be a scaredy cat. Can't bite your head off through a microphone. Nobody will see you anyway. 1-800-375-28.
Nope, another order. Wendy's.
I appreciate you with your moral courage.
Thank you.
This is the Dr. Law program.
You're a godsend to
They
me.
closed a bunch of the Wendy's around here. St. Clairsville, Ohio. I have no idea where that is.
Enlarged prostate is working. That's what you tell yourself. You're up 3 times a night instead of 5. The urgency is manageable.
We've crossed over the.
It's not great, but it's fine. That's the problem. Fine. Enlarged prostate
Look it up.
or BPH
Vulva.
pause because the medication takes the edge off. The prostate keeps growing. The bladder keeps working harder. And over time, those changes can be harder to reverse. But surgery? Not for you, right? Aquablation is not the surgery you're picturing. It's the only ultrasound-guided, robotic-assisted therapy for enlarged prostate. Don't wait until things become unbearable. Find an Aquablation urologist near you. Visit aquablation.com. Aquablation.com. That's aquablation.com. Visit aquablation.com. All surgical treatments carry risks, and results may vary. Side effects may include, but are not limited to, urinary symptoms, mild pain, infection, or less frequently, urethral or rectal injury, or ejaculatory dysfunction. Aquablation therapy may not be right for everyone. Talk to your urologist to learn more.
With the warmer weather here, you're spending more time outdoors, which means more sunshine and more
Oh, okay.
to take care of your skin.
So right on the border, on the river, right on the Ohio Valley.
Too many tubes, too many steps, not enough results. I prefer something that actually works. That's why I use every day.
What's the name of that town that we crossed over when we used to go to West Virginia? It wasn't all the way up by Wheeling, it was lower.
Vitamin C, hyaluronic acid, and vitamin B5 and E to help your skin look healthier, more hydrated, and vibrant. Yes, Super C Serum replaces the clutter of day creams, eye creams, night creams, neck creams, wrinkle creams. In one simple step. Simplify your skincare routine like I do with Vibrant Super C Serum. If you don't love it, but they'll give you a refund within the first year. So go to Vibrance.com/Dr. Laura to save up to 37% off and get free shipping. That's VIBRIANCE.com/Dr. Laura. Isn't it time to do the right thing?
Minions and monsters.
Whether you're wanting to improve your marriage, be a better
Get
parent,
Wendy's.
or consider a career change, I am here to talk you through it all. You can always reach me at 1-800-Dr. Laura. Or if you'd rather my peeps call you, just fill out the appointment form at drlaura.com.
Get an appointment form for Dr. Laura.
Make an appointment. My peeps will reach out during the live radio program at the date and time you chose. If life is presenting you with challenges, stop procrastinating and call me. Schedule your appointment now at drlaura.com or call 1-800-Dr. Laura Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern. Or schedule an appointment at drlaura.com.
Smart talk, clear values, all in one place. Sirius XM Triumph. Choosing what's right.
This is the Dr. Law program.
Thank you so much. And trust me, I'll be calling you back.
Good.
On Sirius XM Triumph.
It's a heartache, nothing but a heartache. Hits you when it's too late, hits you when you're down. It's a fool's game, nothing but a fool. I'm Dr. Laura Schlesinger. My number, 1-800-375-2872. Did you know that the average employer sorts through roughly 250 resumes for job opening? If you're hiring, here's good news. ZipRecruiter helps you review those resumes and applications faster. Plus, they have a new feature that instantly shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. And you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Dr. Laura. Their powerful matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. And with ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. You can get a feel for their personality with candidates telling you why they're interested in your particular job. So cut through the standard, get to the standouts. I love those play with words. With ZipRecruiter, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Dr. Laura. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Dr. Laura. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. During the break, I often just turn on the computer that's over here just to see if anything significant has happened, and I'm stunned, especially since a relative has been in the position of having to let people go in one of these companies. And I was wondering why. Because they're doing so well. I'm going to read this to you now. Popular United States-based gaming brand owned by Microsoft is facing fury after mass employee layoffs in the wake of the company being approved for thousands of foreign worker visas. Microsoft announced it will lay off almost 5,000 people and another 1,600 from their Xbox division. Meanwhile, Microsoft has been approved this year to hire from foreign countries employer-sponsored non-immigrant workers. It's an H-1B visa program. Critics are saying American jobs are being unfairly handed to foreigners in an effort to cut labor.
It's where they have the worst drink carriers in the world at that Wendy's.
In the lurch.
It's like that. They don't. The cups don't even want to stay in them. Hey, Eggsy, welcome, buddy.
Oh my God. So I was saying, oh my God, that's terrible. You're letting these people off. Well, she wasn't. She just had to tell them. And she spent days being sort of sick to her stomach and not being able to sleep. Have families. Now we know why. My number, 1-800-375-2872. Ashley, welcome to the program.
Hi, Dr. Laura.
Hi.
So, yes, so the reason why I wanted to call today is, so I'm 23 years old. I've been dating this man on and off for about 2.5
And he's
years.
sick again? Did you have to be outside for some reason again?
He's 37.
Keep your butt inside. Stay hydrated, buddy.
Yes, I know that. I knew that's what you would say, and yes, I've been told that.
Well, that's just a fact. I didn't make a judgment call there. That's a big difference.
Okay, yes, it is.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, yeah, we've been dating on and off for 2.5 years. He says that.
Why has it been on and off?
We've been having lots of issues because he has problems with my past relationships.
You're 23. What the hell past do you have?
Well, I didn't exactly date good, smart men.
Okay.
Butterbean.
Don't go on. Just stay with me for a moment. The first issue of the many issues, the several issues that you said are the reason it's been on and off, is that he has a problem with your past. Just answer these questions, yes or no. Okay? Got it? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Can you change your past?
It's 84. It's not super hot.
Does he bring this up more than once ever? Has he brought this up more than once ever?
Yeah.
Number 3, do you believe when a man keeps bringing up something negative about a woman, that it's a display of love and respect?
Well, but it depends. If he holding me accountable, or is he?
I asked you yes or no answer. If a man persistently brings up her past that had nothing to do with him,
No.
but he has her now, the sum total of all her experiences, with the past being those included, if he keeps bringing it up, is this a loving behavior from a man to a woman?
No.
Then I'm going to say something that's going to sound very bad, so hold on to something, okay?
Okay.
Is my audio doubling up for everybody, or is it just for Volva?
But that was then, this is now. And if you have a man who constantly penalizes you for yesterday, that's going to happen for the rest of your life with him. That will never stop. Never. And at 23, most women are too stupid to understand that and stay broken up because you feel he's superior because he's 37.
Yeah, Volva, I would close out the app and reopen it. Close it out completely and reopen it. It's not doubling up anyone else. That's your name. All right, witch.
And I've been trying, Dr. Laura, but...
No, it hasn't been tried. You only give up smoking once.
I don't know why it's so difficult for me to just let it go.
Because you're 23 and immature and feel embarrassed. And he's older and mature and wonderful. And you want to be associated with that because you're immature. That's why these decisions made in the early 20s are usually not very smart. You're treating yourself like you're a bad, worthless woman.
Yeah, you're totally right. That is 100% true.
He's cruel, and that's abusive behavior.
Yeah.
My bye, mommy. Well, I'm delivering this order to mommy. So yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm 4 minutes away.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Thank you for pointing it out.
And let's make this the turning point of your life. Because you talked about stupid things in the past. This is your stupid thing in the current. This is your stupid thing today. And I'm begging you not to make it your stupid thing for the future.
Okay.
I'm begging you. Don't do this. Suffer without him. Suffer for a while. And every day I want you to wake up and say, I am not a worthless piece of shit. How about trying saying it right now? I am not a worthless piece of shit. Say it.
That's so good. Oh my God.
Come.
I am not a worthless piece of shit. That sounds so weird.
Yes, doesn't it? Puts it in perspective, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hurry. Give me a second.
If you don't have the courage now...
Oh, I'd rather listen to the screaming ladies than people cry on the radio. We're switching back to the loud conservative lady. Sorry, Dr. Laura.
Can't you see him having a baby with him, maybe shacking up, maybe getting married, and then...
These are a real rose, dipped and preserved in pure 24-karat gold, guaranteed to last a lifetime. Get this new one-of-a-kind patriotic rose while helping U.S. vets.
That was Dr. Laura.
Within 24 hours. Hurry to
Sheriff.com
to pre-order your USA rose with
County Mounties.
Or visit Steven Singer Jewelers at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly, or in the Village at Newtown next to the Capitol Grill in Bucks County.
I actually won an award from DoorDash, and I got a letter of commendation from the state of Ohio for refusing that alcohol delivery order a few weeks back.
Easy approvals. Everyone says the same thing.
She was intoxicated.
We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEDK.com.
This is Sonny's Corner with your host, Sonny Johnson, on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
So, again, I am on a patience journey. I am on kind of a little bit of a health journey too, but I don't want to talk about that. But also kind of just a rejuvenation coming to
66-38.
reality of the situation, reality of politics as it stands right now, reality of the game as it stands right now, and I am not impressed. I am like literally not impressed at freaking all. Okay, but I want to kind of end this on a better note because again, I try to talk about these subjects. I try to leave you with some kind of understanding about how to get past it, what the future looks like, how we're able to become something real to actually change the trajectory of what's happening in America right now. So again, I know y'all don't like black culture. I know y'all don't like people like Jay-Z. Again, I've told y'all he is my favorite cultural person. He's my favorite rapper. A lot of the reason that I started to call myself a conservative came from lessons that I got through his music, understanding that I got through his lyrics. And you can be mad at that all you want. And a lot of the black old heads do get mad at that because they're like, they shouldn't listen to him, they should listen to me. No, you should have got the message to us. You didn't. He was able to do something that you could not. Instead of you being happy that we at least got the message, you want to be mad at who the messenger was. And we're not interested in hearing you be mad because you weren't the messenger. All right? I want to give like just the biggest shout out to Jay-Z. I got to watch some of the concert online last night. So him bringing out Jazzo and giving him his flowers, I think was super dope. I'm not gonna go into explaining that cultural reference if you don't know.
What the fuck, dude?
Him bringing out Alicia Keys to end the show with New York, super dope. They always perform well together, and this one was no exception. One of the biggest highlights of the night was Jay-Z bringing out Nas and then kind of rapping each other's songs over each other's beats. I think it was a beautiful collaboration. And for those of us who were alive during the Jay-Z Nas beat and were invested in it, this is, again, we've seen them before.
What happened? What do you mean?
And they've gotten over it. We heard Jay talk. But still, when we were able to see them together on stage, New York City, it was something for everybody that came through.
Getting bombarded.
Era in terms of us looking at it and really seeing it as iconic, really seeing it as legendary. Of course.
No, let's try the address.
Started the show with his wife, Beyonce, coming out and singing Mary J. Blige part in Can't Knock the Hustle. But I think most of us can agree the actual really big highlight of the show was watching Blue Ivy, Beyonce and Jay-Z's daughter, play the piano during Feeling It. On stage, looking like the splitting image of her mom, but as soon as her dad gets close, you can see him in it too. And just continuing to show her talent. Reminder about Blue Ivy. Every time she's performed in a stadium. She's 14 years old. Every time she's performed in a stadium. Her very first show, stadium show, with Beyonce. Her
Yeah, it's just been busy, which is good.
Under Renaissance and under Cowboy Carter.
Sorry, I haven't seen all your chat. I've been trying to
this time getting to come on stage,
answer messages and shit.
Playing the piano for one of his greatest hits. It was absolutely phenomenal. I wish I was there to feel the energy, but just being able to see it online was super dope. But to bring it up, to make it relevant to our conversation, Jay-Z did a freestyle about Colin Kaepernick. In that, I wonder if you listen to it, would you understand the culture just a little bit better? Just thought I'm gonna leave you to ponder with, because if you know, then you know, you know. All right, until we see each other again, be good to each other.
Yeah, a little bit. Not as much as I want. Is it ever all everything we want?
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage,
oh, so Dussel's closed over 475?
electrical, AC,
fucking awesome.
And more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic.
Trying to get back into the right area.
And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget.
Josh Bueno, food guy.
1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-458-1375. 800-458-1375.
Pool party with live music every Friday night. Open to the public.
Contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
1877 College for Kids, KAR.
Oh. Yeah, Tosh was funny. Ooh, I want to turn here. I want to turn up farther ahead. Oh, shit. That dude pulled out in front of me. Oh, Beaker, yeah. Me.
All Americans, all patriots, people who are freedom-loving folks, to stand up. The barbarians are inside the gates, and this fall election is going to be decisive for the future of this country.
A close call for a man who was partially sucked out of an airplane window shortly after takeoff on a Ryanair flight from Greece to Germany.
Passengers told Greek media many people had fallen asleep or closed their eyes when they heard a loud bang like a tire bursting. Oxygen masks dropped and the plane began to lose altitude. One passenger said people were panicking and screaming, and one passenger was partially sucked out of the window. People seated nearby pulled him back in. A local hospital says the passenger was treated for neck and shoulder injuries and friction burns. About 6 minutes after departure, flight records show the aircraft climbed past 15,000 feet, then immediately descended to about 6,000 feet to burn fuel for 30 minutes before returning to Greece. I'm Ed Donahue.
President Trump has threatened Iran after Supreme Leader This highlights ongoing Middle East tensions as a ceasefire deal falters. President Trump made the threat on Truth Social, responding to Iranian threats against him.
Same hair as Beaker?
The show scheduled to air at this time is temporarily unavailable.
What?
We're working diligently to get back on schedule.
You better get back on schedule. Oh, we got our fucking chains. Where are you at? Directions.
We apologize for this disruption in our regular program. Thanks for your patience. We'll return to our scheduled program as soon as we can. The broadcast scheduled to air at this time on this channel is temporarily unavailable. We're working to restore the scheduled broadcast, likely pointing to social media incitement, shifting to typical holiday crowds. Kim Norman reporting.
A federal appeals court has struck down a Texas law that granted in-state college tuition rates to illegal aliens. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled Texas's 2001 DREAM Act unconstitutional, finding it conflicts with federal law. Breaking news and analysis at Town Hall.
It only took them 25 years to figure that out.
Into summer with sun-soaked specials on the SiriusXM app.
Well, that too. They say it suddenly descend. I'm sure they pushed it down because you're up too high. You don't have any oxygen. That's. I'm sure that's probably even built into the autopilot that if there's a sudden decompression that you lose, you're supposed to lose altitude, so you don't have to use the oxygen mask forever.
That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online. Take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage. Get a free quote at ethos.com/apply. That's ethos.com/apply. If there's money, time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand.
Yeah, I was trying to do some coverage of it the other day from a desktop screen, but my browser was acting weird and it would kept screwing up, so I just ended it. I guess most of the video that's been released to the public, is all grainy and stuff, but the stuff they're seeing there and the preliminary hearing is pretty damning for Robbins. how clear it is. I love flying. All kinds of vehicles. I was a flight medic, so yeah, I use Brave browser. I don't think it was the browser itself. I think it was just the internet in general. Internet's been doing a lot of weird things lately. Sunspots and shit.
There's a lot going on. That 250, we started the week celebrating 250 years of America. It's really not going to stop just because the July 4th birthday is done. If you think about it, things got really tough after the Declaration, and we'll discuss that. In fact, they'll do that Saturday night in Pensacola, Florida, History, Liberty, Laughs, Patriotic, Motivational, Inspirational Night. Howie Kurtz is going to be with us, break down the media coverage of this Plattner situation. Remember, the New York Times soft pedaled all his background. Nobody really background checked him.
Yeah, it's the unscheduled landings that cause issues.
Dennis Ross is going to be here in a matter of moments, breaking down what's happening in the Middle East as it looks like we're back to war. So let's get to the big three.
Number 3.
It was important to be there and to see the actual facts laid out, Bill, because
I don't think we've actually ever flown together.
The noise and the internet chatter that was laid out that I had never heard and makes this case very cut and dry to me.
Charlie Kirk's murder hearing counting anyone with a half a brain that will see all the conspiracy theories that don't lead to Tyler Robinson are a waste of time. Tyler Robinson did it. His parents know it. His lover turned him in and is a state's witness. But yet, people are making money off conspiracy theories that are baseless. It is sickening.
Number 2.
The trash took itself out tonight. People in Maine have a chance to really vote on someone that's not total a piece of trash. Adios, trash bags.
Yep, Senator Fetterman, fellow Democrat, talking about Graham Plattner. We never knew you. The most problematic nominee in modern history reluctantly bows out in Maine. What it means for the Dems' desperate hopes to flip that seat and take the Senate.
Number 1.
The basic deal that we cut was, we'll lift our blockade if you stop shooting at ships. But if you shoot at ships, we're going to knock the hell out of them, and it's that simple.
The Vice President of the United States, here we go again. U.S. hits 150 sites in 48 hours as the MOU is history and never worth the 2 pages it was printed on, in my view. Meanwhile, Iran still won't give up the Strait. Why an escalation is in the cards and affect oil prices in the short term, but in my view, worth it. Ambassador Dennis Ross, you were equally chagrined when the MOU was put out there. It was a way to get to the table, perhaps in the best scenario, but now it seems to be gone, right?
It seems to be gone. I mean, look, it's always a challenge. I'm saying that deliberately to negotiate with the Iranians because the Iranians have a certain DNA when it comes to negotiations, which is buy time, stretch it, always focus on their needs, never on supposedly what they're prepared to agree to in terms of giving things up. And the MOU, I'll just say from a negotiator's perspective, I never quite said it this way to you. You said my chagrin was right. When I read it, I knew it was an Iranian paper. It would never have been drafted with every single point had within it a hook to what the Iranians wanted. And the sequence was, the truth is, we couldn't get anything on the nuclear issue until after they had commitments on the extent of sanctions relief. That had to be worked out in advance.
That's crazy that you need a passport to go to Canada now.
That's structured to serve their interests. The great irony, and you've heard me say it before.
Thanks, Patriot Act.
They never know when to say when. And they had a document that basically served their interests. But the one thing we got from it was the streets were supposed to be open. The vice president, I think wasn't giving you the full picture in the soundbite you just had. If it was just a trade for we lift the blockade, they let things go through them straight, that would have been fine. But it was we lift the blockade, we provide waivers for their sale of oil, we allow them to not only sell their oil but to get dollars for it.
I can say that I've been scared a few times.
These were huge.
But they were mostly on military aircraft.
And the one thing we were supposed to get was the opening of the straits, and in the end, they didn't provide it. So that explains why we are where we are.
So they had a great deal, and they weren't smart enough to realize it because they desperately want the Strait as much as they want nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in that too. What's the paranormal stuff, Eggsy?
I'm talking to the foreign minister and speaker. The guy making the decisions is the IRGC commander, Ahmed Fahidi.
Wifey's got
to talk to anybody else. I know he's a terrible
the
person.
EMF readers and everything.
And every decision that maybe the speaker and the foreign minister recognize, would you recognize, which is the best deal you could possibly have gotten, they got, at least for 60 days? Why are we even dealing with them to begin with?
Because that presented.
I think they have
the Revolutionary Guard
pickup spot here. Take out orders only.
Negotiating. The irony is when you negotiate, in the end, even the Iranians have to make some concessions.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to be the target of those who attack those who make concessions. It is interesting. They have a hardline faction.
All right, be right back.
That were attacking the procession, the funeral procession, were attacking Pozeskian, the president. In some cases, throwing things at him. And they were criticized. But it shows you there's a hardline faction, and in a sense, this.
I'm sorry, you said they were throwing things at the president?
Yeah.
At the funeral?
Yelling at him. Yeah. Yeah. So the whole, think about, you had 6 days which built up a kind of momentum of its own and reinforced the real principles for the real hardliners who believe that, with ideology just hang tough and eventually things will go your way and it doesn't matter what the consequences are for the Iranian public. Pozeskian is one of those who realizes that if you have a total collapse of the Iranian economy, the Islamic Republic may not survive. So he wanted these things to work out. Valley Bach, the Speaker of the Parliament, he seemed to understand that as well. But in the end, your point is right. Who are the decision makers? Valley Bach and Arachi, the decision makers.
So from here to Great American Cookies.
Very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait, the boats have pulled out. I mean, it is a gush of oil right now. We have a lot of oil.
Yeah, my scariest commercial landing was in Boston, over the ocean.
We're not looking for a long term,
but they are looking for a
It was one of those crosswinders too.
150 sites in 2 days.
All you see is water coming up on you. You don't even see the runway until you freaking land. And it was all over. The plane was getting tossed all over the place. But yeah,
and coastal infrastructure.
I've had a few military pilots act like boneheads.
In the area, the one thing I would love to do militarily is take over the strait and run it, and allow people to get their, get the oil and get those tankers through there. But right now, there's still, we could blockade the blockade, but right now we're letting them threaten all these vessels.
Yeah, look, Brian, everything we're hitting is
Great American Cookies.
All those areas that we're hitting, we hit before. And they have been able to begin to reconstitute.
Why do I want to fucking call the
fire on the ship? So it shows you can. It reminds me in a lot of ways. Too often I was saying, well, we hit 13.
What the fuck is she doing? Recording?
That's like body counts. The question is not the numbers you're hitting. The question is
no place to park.
It changes the character of.
Yeah, it's an open mall. It's about to be a vacant open mall. Half the stores have been closing lately.
I do think.
I mean, movie theaters here too, but
at that point, the president could legitimately then declare victory. Now, the problem.
Why can't I just go into the cookie place and get the cookies? Oh, they're great. As soon as they fucking pull by. What is this fucking lady doing?
You have to guarantee it's almost 100%. Maybe you can guarantee it's 95%, but if you own a $100 million ship and you're gonna have to pay.
Come on, dude.
Millions of dollars just for
you don't have to fucking stop the turn. Spots just opened up over here, so I'm swinging back around again.
It is the one thing we could do that completely take away their leverage, and more than that, it would demonstrate they haven't gained anything. Now, can we do that? When the president says it's going to happen fast,
somebody's already pulling in.
With opening up the straits the way you and I are discussing, it won't happen fast. So there's a tension here, I think, in objectives.
So the ISW, Institute for Study of War, says Iran is undeterred by the U.S. campaign, military campaign that they're in now. For the past 2 days, the U.S. has launched a new round. They are determined to keep the strait open. They're attempting to pressure neighboring Gulf states into helping it secure control of the strait and failing to achieve this objective through diplomacy. So they tell them, we're going to bomb you if you don't back us up in letting us manage the strait. Oman loves to play both sides. Maybe they don't have a choice because they don't have a military, but they're being pressured to join Iran's partnership, and we're telling them you better not. But that's an example. Same thing with the Saudis and with the Qataris. They also seem to not want any part of this fight now.
I think the problem is it's a little bit like the equivalent of the ship owners. So you're the Saudis, you're the Emiratis, even though the Emiratis actually did do a lot of offensive strikes. But you're the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Qataris, Kuwait, and so forth. And we can basically intercept 90% of what the Iranians will send, but they can get 10% through. So let's say they get 10% through and they hit.
It's that weirdo that was holding their camera recording me as they drove by.
Yeah. You could basically put it out of commission.
All right, let's make a delivery here.
They look at it from that standpoint. We're not able to create a kind of hermetic seal to guarantee the complete defense of this. And they run that risk. Now, I'll tell you, having spoken to a number of them, I mean, even this week, none of them want sanctions to be lifted on the Iranians. Really interesting to me. None of them.
They're not that fancy.
That tells you, if we could get
not like Crumble or something like that.
And then the president declares success. The interesting thing about that is then you don't have to give the Iranians a thing. And then the inner contradictions, this collapsed economy, then the inner contradictions come back into play.
And this is all the way back in I'm not going to go all the way back to Toledo. We're going to pause it again after this order.
And even some of those in the Gaddafi regime or those in the besieged, and they're not getting water, they're not getting electricity, or their money is valueless. At a certain point, they begin to defect. So the best outcome is we give them nothing economically, and you let the inner contradictions play themselves. We can, by military force, end this regime. We've seen that. But we can't. We have a strategy, and we're not giving them an economic lifeline. The chances of it coming down over time, maybe in a year or two, that goes up dramatically in my estimation.
The other thing is the amount of leaders are dead of between 20 and 50 have been killed, the Ayatollah being the highest profile name. If that starts happening again to the ones that are survived, maybe they'll say to themselves, I have to do a deal or else my days.
Yeah, Nothing Bundt Cakes kind of does that too. I love those. Those are delicious.
If they lost their car, if they lost the lever of the strait, which they're determined, when you quote it from
the ISW.
Yeah, when you quote it from them, he's right. They are determined. I mean, think about it. The MOU basically was telling them, you're going to get to manage this. And it wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. They wanted to say, no, we have control right now. And we're proving to everybody we have control. And so they brought this on themselves. But you're right. If you continue,
I don't even know where this place is. Reagan Woods?
They can see what I was describing about how bad the economic situation is. Then you increase the chance that you actually will get a deal. You know, I would say one other thing, Brian. When it comes to the nuclear issue, if you can't get a deal, we should have a position that if we see them beginning to extract anything at any of the sites, there's more than one site where we think the highly enriched uranium is. They need to know we'll hit that site.
They're good.
We will bomb as soon as we see any.
Like their little single ones.
And that's what's so different about any other
basically like a Bundt cake, but the size of a large cupcake.
But this administration says, no, we will hit it. Because nobody else has ever hit Iran.
They are delicious.
That's right. No, we took away, actually started with the Israelis.
Please leave it on the table on the front porch.
Gotcha. One thing that would make it more credible is if we could get Democrats to say, look,
signature lo mein.
It would be
hot sour soup.
We're prepared to bomb too. It would be nice.
Yeah, they have red velvet.
See Secretary Rubio deal with some of his former colleagues and sort of work out quietly. You don't have to broadcast it, but work it out quietly. You know, and they can still say we think there should be war powers, and they can still say we have questions about this. We didn't think the end game was right. We didn't see the strategy, but we agree. Iran should have this regime.
That's crazy.
I want to get you to Rahm Emanuel. It's so disappointing.
Maybe Crumble Duck. I don't know if I've ever picked up a Crumble order on DoorDash.
Israel, you're not going to get weapons from us. You'll buy it like everybody else. We'll have a 23-state solution, not an Israeli solution. The special relationship is over. Cut 14.
The Prime Minister and his government have led Israel into a dead end. For too long, American policy towards Israel operated under the assumption that the best thing Washington could do for Jerusalem is to blindly, to silently stand behind your government. Without conditions, without demands, without consequences, even when we disagree, Israel won't be alone if its leaders choose to attempt to annex the West Bank. America cannot and it will not be complicit or complacent in that endeavor. And the other stuff, I could give you the whole speech, but what are your thoughts about that? How does that resonate in Israel?
I think the environment.
That does sound good. They just got plain old cookies here, like two brownies. Looks like a blondie brownie, regular brownie, and regular chocolate chips.
So, in many ways, what Roman was saying was absolutely striking a chord with many Israelis and with those who support Prime Minister Netanyahu, obviously was not. One thing I'll just note about the speech that was interesting that didn't get attention that it should have, he took account of all the Israeli fears and the justification, the doubts they have, given the past. But he also, for the first time, he put the onus on the Arabs and the Palestinians too. Yes, he was putting the onus on the Israelis. One thing that has bedeviled this process, and one of the reasons we didn't succeed, is because nothing was ever required of the Palestinians and the Arabs. He was doing that. I would like to see much more of that in this country.
Yeah. The anti-Israel feeling is just really disturbing, though. Dennis Ross, I really hope William Davidson, Distinguished Fellow, Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Thanks so much, Dennis. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you.
Back in a moment.
It's Brian Kilmeade.
Cigarette cookie stack? I think you did the wrong symbol. A cigarette?
All those mosquito bites. Recently, the family and I were listening to Sirius XM's Doctor Radio channel on a road trip, and now all my dad does is change every song lyric to something about summertime health. I mean, we did learn about sunscreen, bug spray, first aid for camp, hydration.
Just drink some water.
And it's all super helpful, but this is getting to be a bit much.
Please sing.
Have fun and stay safe all summer long with Dr. Radio, channel 110, and on the Sirius XM app.
As a business owner, you know what it's like. Payroll's Friday. Rent's due. That big order just landed and you don't have the cash to fill it. Forget waiting on the bank. Switch Funding can get you working capital of $10,000 to $5
YouTube cookie
and as little as 24 hours. Low credit score? No problem. We look at your business, not just a number. Been in business over 1 year? Bringing in at least $40,000 a month? Switch Funding can get you the cash you need fast. Apply now. SwitchFunding.com. That's SWISH funding.com.
It used to be that stuffing tissues up your nose was really the only way to stop your messy, frustrating nosebleeds. Tampons are the doctor-recommended better option that over 3 million people have already discovered. So what's a tampon? Tampons fit inside your nose perfectly, expand for gentle pressure, and even have a clotting agent clinically proven to stop the bleeding fast. And now tampons are available at Walmart. So ditch the tissue and be prepared for your next nosebleed. Pull into Walmart right now and get tampons in the first...
I think, doesn't Bao have one that still kind of looks like Cookie Monster? I think his looks like a high Cookie Monster, but yeah.
You could be saving thousands.
Oh, he's got the high looking Woody Woodpecker too.
That's not coincidence. That's design. And it works without slowing you down. With Ramp, you get real-time visibility into every transaction. Out of policy spend, blocked before it clears.
Yeah, you told me about those. Those sound good.
Seats, flagged before they waste your budget. Ramp automates the guardrails so you can stop chasing receipts.
The detox I used to work at.
Over 40,000 companies already run on Ramp, including CBRE and Shopify. They're not just logos. They're teams reclaiming time, cutting costs, and closing the books without overtime. Because with Ramp, the less you touch your expense system, the better it works. Right now, your business can get $250 off at ramp.com/SXM. Ramp.com/SXM. Ramp, built for savings, not points.
I did the network of this building here.
Steven Singer, the I Hate Steven Singer guy, just released a
Hooked up
brand new
all their cameras inside there.
USA 24-karat gold dipped rose to celebrate America 250. It's a red, white, and blue rose with a star
Italian cookies.
Interior. The best part? A portion of the proceeds from each rose sold supports U.S. veterans in need. Steven's famous roses are a real rose, dipped and preserved in pure 24-karat gold, guaranteed to last a lifetime. Get this new one-of-a-kind patriotic rose while helping U.S. vets. The first batch sold out within...
Probably not a good idea.
Hurry to IHateStevenSinger.com on to pre-order your USA Rose with special patriotic gift box. Or visit Steven Singer Jewelers at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly, or in the village of Newtown next to the Capitol Grill in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's IHateStevenSinger.com.
I probably could. Thanks for the suggestion.
Pool and beach and everything, but when you pick up a nasty case of athlete's foot,
I got a business meeting a little bit later, though.
Miserable. I tried all these over-the-counter creams, but nothing worked. A friend suggested Terrasil, and I gave it a try. He said it worked for him, so I was amazed. It did such an incredible job getting rid of this thing. Don't let the itching and embarrassment from fungal infections like athlete's foot, jock itch, ring.
Oh, absolutely.
Ruin your summer fun. Only the
1/4 of each one would be gone. That's okay. She only eats them by quarters anyway. She cuts them into quarters, sifts through the big ones. I got some milk I need to get caught up on too, though. Some cookies would be good with that milk.
And keep it from returning. Ask for Terrasil at Walgreens or CVS, or search Terrasil. That's TERRASIL on Amazon. Thanks, Terrasil, for giving me my summer back.
David Webb, our Constitution is the longest-running Constitution in the history of the world. There's no reason we can't exceed that record and keep going. America 250 is a promise of a better future because of an evolution of a great nation to where we are today.
The David Webb Show, weekdays from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot.
Freedom never gets old.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. It's Brian Kilmeade. Yeah,
wow.
I was just at the end of that interview. I wanted to get Dennis.
House looks condemned.
Rahm Emanuel went over to Israel and just basically ripped the country.
It's like they haven't cut the grass in months here.
October 7th in the reaction, pointing out that civilians have died, but it's never been the target. I thought a Jewish guy on the left might be pushing back.
I'm surprised this neighborhood allows this.
And the anti-Israel attitude on the left. Instead, he goes to Israel and says, I'm out. I'm out. You know, if he wanted to say, I don't want to take but man, you give me a government that is X, Y, and Z.
You have changed.
All right, be right back. There's going to be some talk about extreme conservatives annexing the West Bank, but I don't think Trump's for that either. I don't think Reagan was for that. Either Bush was for annexing the West Bank. But what's going on in Gaza, that could have been your focus. Could have been the fact that Hamas has not lived up to its word. Maybe you could have brought that up a little bit, but instead, all I hear is anti-Israel stuff. And if Rahm Emanuel's anti-Israel, there will be one Democrat pro-Israel.
Mike Slater. One of my favorite descriptions of an American comes from the Frenchman, de Tocqueville, in Democracy in America, 1831. He said, while the Europeans build these fancy boats, and they have their veteran mariners, the American boats are fast, and Americans are tough. And that's why we're the best. Been that way for hundreds of years. The more we tap into that, the even stronger we can be.
Breitbart News Daily with Mike Slater. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot.
Damn, front of that house looks like the front of ours with like 10 freaking Amazon packages.
Repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire and key fob replacement, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124. 800-458-3124.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help.
Ooh, cookie pizzas.
Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously.
Man, 626.
Life insurance. This is why I have life insurance.
Cottage cheese.
My wife and 4 kids. The best place to get life insurance.
That's milk.
inDOCtriNATIONlive.com.
I'm not keeping up with the chat, guys. Sorry.
There's no medical exam and no blood test.
Gotta keep my eyes on the road.
Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos. ETHOS. Ethos.com/Slater.
For golf course operators, peak season is about executing under pressure. Long days, full tee sheets, packed patios, targets to hit, golfers to serve. When the stakes are high,
Well, it depends on what it is.
That's why
A lot of things expire just to make you buy more.
POS, payments, reporting.
Oh, is it cookie dough? It should be fine.
Save time, drive revenue, and deliver amazing service. Because when pressure peaks, performance is.
Let me try and get caught up here.
Built for pressure. Visit lightspeedhq.com/golf to learn more.
My name is Preston James. I've been a stock and
Should be
options
good.
trader for 23 years. I used to be an active swing trader, but that all
It ain't
changed
that old.
once I discovered my money press weekly paycheck method. These days, I'm a passive trader.
That sounds too good to pass
more
up.
cash while being able to sleep at night than I ever dreamed possible. I'm passionate about the market, and I like to keep it simple. My methods are changing thousands of lives, and I'm confident it can change yours. But let the proof do the talking. By going to accountproof.com, that's accountproof.com, you'll see a 7-minute video revealing how my money press method grew a $54,000 account to $174,000 in less than 9 months. That works out to 5.8% per week. You'll see the proof right inside my real brokerage account. This isn't about overnight riches, but once you discover this for yourself, you can start on this same path overnight. You're 7 minutes away from changing everything you thought you knew about trading and investing. Go to accountproof.com to get started. That's accountproof.com.
If one of your goals is to live healthier, here's an easy place to start. Your water. It's surprising how many impurities can end up in tap water. Lead, microplastics, PFAS, even pesticides. Many of them you can't taste or smell, but they're still there. And no one wants that in their daily routine. What you do want is cleaner, great-tasting water you can trust. And that's exactly what Aquasana delivers. Aquasana water filters reduce harmful contaminants while leaving you with fresh, odor-free, delicious water. You'll notice the difference right away in every sip, every meal, even every shower. From whole house systems to under-sink units, Aquasana offers high-performance filtration.
I'm still waiting on confirmation on a time.
Thousands of families who
From a
trust
business
Aquasana
partner.
and start the year drinking with confidence.
It's fine. I'm getting a lot of
Supports your healthy living goals.
calls in.
And use promo code SXM to get up to 50% off select systems. That's AQUASANA.com. Promo code SXM. Because healthy living starts with healthy water.
Freedom never gets old. Celebrating America 250. Sirius XM Patriot 125.
If you're interested in it, Brian's talking about it. You're with Brian Kilmeade.
You remember
Shit.
the guy that spent 10 years
I got to take off because I got to get over to the other lane.
Paradise. He defiled his marriage and sent sexual messages to women as a newlywed, and all the things he said. Now he gets to go away. He can go back online. He can go.
She calls him all the time, though.
Doing all the kinds of things, but
Well, she used to.
yeah,
She's gotten a lot better about it.
took itself out tonight, and now finally, people in Maine have a chance to really vote on someone that's not a total piece of trash. And now, adios, trash bags.
Senator John Fetterman last night doing instant analysis on the 8 o'clock show after finding out that Graham Plattner took 12 minutes to say, I didn't do anything wrong, but I'm not going to run anymore because everyone took their funding away in support. Howie Kurt George, Fox News political analyst and host And he also has his own podcast, Media Buzz Meter Podcast. Howard, welcome back. I think John Fetterman's running.
Yeah, but you're disabled.
The only Democrat to say it that bluntly.
No, the Democrats are furious with Graham Fletcher, but Brian,
I used to all the time too. We're just lazy sometimes. Plus, we get a pretty big discount because I do this. I mean, where we live though, it's so far out. It's such a pain in the ass to go to most places.
But you could say, and I said this, and I wasn't alone from the beginning, that this guy had a boatload of baggage and more stuff was going to come out. And the people who should be most embarrassed are at the New York Times, which when one of his ex-girlfriends came out and talked about how he pulled her out of a car and twisted her arm and locked her in a room, they kind of raised questions about her credibility with the five-year because she was a Republican. So the whole believe all women thing, apparently, it doesn't matter if you're a Republican.
Which is crazy. You know, Michelle Goldberg, I don't know if you know her, but she came out in the New York Times as a columnist. She says she did a mea culpa. She said she fell. She goes, I have to blame myself. I can't leave myself out of the blame. She said she had been impressed by Platter's political charisma, and Pulis portrayed him as misunderstood. She acknowledged that she wrote Platter was nothing like the edgelord character I encountered online. She now says the assessment was wrong. If anything, he seems to be significantly worse than she thought. So she did a mea culpa, but admitted in the New York Times in a column she was very kind to him. She fell under his spell.
It's magic, Brian. Well, good for Michelle Goldberg for doing the mea culpa. I think a lot of people need to do that, including the dummies in the Democratic Party who thought this guy would be an ideal candidate. You know, the thinking was, well, he's a fighter, and we need a fighter. And he defied his aides and advised that he'd bow out, finally bows out last night. Then you should, for one thing, he never took any responsibility for having made a single mistake. I regret, the things that you say when you're under fire.
I actually own the NFT of that.
He just seemed angry, and the fact that when Politico talked to
the Viking Pug, it's an NFT. Well, it's a copy of my NFT.
Who's a Democrat and who agrees with Platter on policy stuff. Only then did this story explode, and even then he took his time getting out of the race.
So I want you to hear. So the question everyone asks is, did anyone do a background check of this guy? Did anyone do an opposition research on this guy who got maybe 72% of the vote? Still with all this stuff, except for the
going to Heidelberg Road.
They didn't care. They still wanted him. So listen to the give and take about the two people responsible for the background check, who called him the hero of the moment. Cut 32.
Did the vetting process turn up the tattoo? Controversy? No. The Reddit posts, did that turn up in the vetting process? The firm sent us a thing, and it had some of them. Yes, but it didn't have all of them.
And they just giggled through it. They promised to go through
all these liberals, Brian.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, who looked the other way. I mean, the Nazi tattoo.
That dude talks weird. The guy that was funding him?
He knew what it was. That was a giant neon red light about this guy's candidacy was going to be in trouble. And of course, the reason we're spending so much time talking about it is if the Democrats don't remain, and I think Susan Collins' chances of getting reelected again are improved by this whole fiasco, then they can't. There's no way they can take control of the Senate. But yeah, a lot of people fell for the act, and I don't think he showed even a modicum of grace in pulling out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to hear some of that, we took the whole thing. I don't even think CNN took the whole thing. Here's why he said so. All this stuff comes out, and we don't even. Evidently, there's another woman that's coming forward. I'm not sure if she's still going to do it. And then, of course, you have the revelations on the teen site that he only got off of a few weeks ago. Here's what he said, though, that he's getting out cut 31.
Much like October, when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary, there is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they're being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system.
Yeah, it's through the blockchain. It's like Bitcoin, but it's an image. I'll be right back.
If they begin to succeed, they can be crushed.
Do you think he believes this? Do you think he believes this? Now, boo-hoo, I guess he's trying to go out with a blast to everybody else. It's the Democratic Party establishment. The Democrats were behind this guy until supporting him became untenable. And then Elizabeth Warren and the others saying, oh, we got to run the other way. He continues to deny this, but no, now that we have, these are people who were ex-girlfriends of his. There were texts, there were photos. The idea that he would say that none of this happened absolutely doesn't pass the smell test. So when you have another problematic candidate, in my view, and that's Abdul Sayed. I mean, he called himself a doctor. He's not even a doctor. People say, oh, it's a big deal. And then we have his radical views, basically.
Yeah, it was a long drive.
Socialist, but almost everything he stands for is socialist. He also trumpets the positiveness about Sharia law. So, I mean, just take a listen to some of what he said when pressed. Are you even? And by the way, this is the leading Democratic contender to be the Democratic nominee to go against Mike Rogers.
All that driving, it was a $3 fucking tip.
Extremely impactful seat.
Fucking asshole.
Cut 39.
You got
I want to get out of the driveway because they have no trespassing.
Not just a doctor, even though you don't have a valid state medical license in New York or Michigan, which apparently is what you need legally to call yourself a physician. Do you wish you just stuck to calling yourself a doctor, which you are, to avoid all of this controvery and attacks?
I don't mind the shopping orders that much anymore. I used to not like them, but now that I've gotten a few of them, I kind of like them.
Gives good at education. So, that's a good time. But people would say it's also about, did you tell the truth? Well, I would say that I was the health director for the city of Detroit, and I've done more to provide more people health care or eliminate their medical debt than most doctors have done in their practice career.
Is that an answer? Fake doctor? I don't care what the hell he calls himself. What troubles me with these socialists who have won in places like New York with the help of Mamdani and even in Colorado is, I mean, they're kind of a fringe element, but they've said some really ugly things, including saying that Israel doesn't have a right to exist, saying defund the police, defund the prisons. They try to dance around it now. And so they are getting so much publicity, as I understand. It's not the whole Democratic Party, but it's certainly ruining the image of the Democratic Party, pushing the party to the left, especially the anti-Israel stuff. In a low turnout primary, they're able to get more voters out. But, it's also true, I think, that the Democrats, sadly, from my point of view, are becoming an anti-Israel party. This has become kind of a litmus test. Israel has its faults. And you were talking earlier about, you can criticize the Netanyahu government, but it's our ally against horrible terror states like Iran. So, I want you to hear what he said about Israel. Do they have a right to exist? Cut 42.
The question about a right to exist is interesting because nobody's ever asked me whether or not I believe Palestine has a right to exist. Every single president who served has said that they believe in a two-state solution. Israel exists. The question is whether or not we want a politics where our money is sent over to Israel to do genocide and apartheid instead of investing in our own kids.
You say it exists, but doesn't have a right to?
No, I didn't say that. I just said the question of Israel's existence is not a question. I'm not going to play this gotcha game about whether or not it has a right to exist.
It's a really simple answer. There's yes and there's no. It's not a gotcha game. And, a lot of them use this phrase from the river to the sea, which means we have a map in which the Israelis have a right to exist. So I think Palestinians need a territory too, and Bibi hasn't been very hot on that. But boy, when somebody's trying to dance around the question gets asked 3 times, and you don't get a straight answer, I think a little.
Yeah, I was in there at the beginning for a couple of minutes. I said hi, right? I saw you hop in as I was heading out. I was tired last night.
What's going on here? That's troubling to me that it's not only limited to the Democratic Party. But, the whole idea that there are some on the extreme right who also look the other way. For example, all of the scandalous allegations against Ken Paxton, who was impeached by his own party in Texas, but acquitted, had settled federal charges. If you flip the party ID, Brian, if Ken Paxton was a Democrat
Republicans would be all over him. And if Graham Plattner had been a Republican, the Democrats would have been all over him. So there's no shortage of hypocrisy in politics. But I think the ones with real trouble now, since the GOP controls everything, including the White House, is these upcoming midterms. And they look like they were sort of on a glide path. And now I think they're in real trouble, in part because of exactly what we're talking about.
And just on that, for the record, I think John Cornyn is one of the classiest guys in Washington. You know, he's a very good guy, former judge, just wants to get things done. I think it really, really hurt the Republicans that they thought he was a friend. I think it really it was a gut punch to the Republican Party when the president went for Paxton over him, and Paxton ends up getting it. But then people have told me in Texas he was going to get it anyway.
Well, everybody hates incumbents now. There are a lot of frustrated voters, particularly on the Democratic side, who feel like all they get from Washington is hot air and promises that are never kept. So, fairly or unfairly, some very good members are going down or have gone down because no matter how good a record they may have, depending on your political point of view, they seem like they're part of the establishment.
Howie, do you think that it'll ever, from your experience in Washington, do you think that
I got to reboot my phone real quick because it's not connecting to my car anymore.
Let's say on immigration.
How did he like John Gordon better than Paxton?
For example,
I don't get it.
Do you ever see a time when we're kind of during the Clinton era? Maybe
Brian Kilmeade sometimes
kind of working together. It was in vogue. Do you see it?
I don't understand his thinking.
I wish I could say yes, but everything is so polarized right now, Brian. I mean, there was a bipartisan bill that easily passed in both parties to help people with housing. And then Donald Trump was going to sign it. And he says, no, I'm not going to sign this until you give me this other bill, the Save America bill. So, you know, I think the American people, the bulk of them, people who are not sort of hard core partisans of either the right or the left, would love to see some cooperation and get things done. I mean, the Republicans have the concern of saying, what are they going to run on for the last year and a half? How many bills have they delivered other than, you know, the Epstein files and all the things that have been talked about, all those controversies? So I think there'll come a time.
Is he leaving without his kids?
For the next couple of years, everything is all about demonizing the other side. And, you know, a lot of this takes place online. Average voters on you know, X or Instagram or Snapchat all the time. But I'm not optimistic. It just seems like a swamp, as the president once called it.
This podcast, the Media Buzz Meter. Howie Kurtz, always great to have you on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian.
You got it. Listen, we'll take a short time out and take some calls. 1-866-408-7669. You listen to the Brian Kilmeade Show. Don't move.
Where big stories meet bigger conversations. Stay informed and energized with the Brian Kilmeade Show.
You know.
There we go.
Now get to know the man behind the music. Yo, what's up? It's The Dream. Welcome to my world. The Dream takes over the flow. We're getting into some songs that I wrote, the stories behind them, and the music from my new album, Love Hate 2. On The Dream Radio. On now. 6 p.m. to midnight Eastern on The Flow. Channel 48 and in the SiriusXM app.
I don't hate him. I don't understand him sometimes.
Remodel is here to help. Take the stress out of renovations with quick professional service from the name America Trusts. Affordable, stunning selection of tubs and showers, each designed with style, safety, and your budget in mind. With customizable features like grab bars and seats, your new bath or shower will meet your entire family's needs.
I absolutely love my new bathroom. It's very hard to believe that they get it done in one day. Jacuzzi really outdid themselves.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to
pretty good assessment.
Free design consultation and quote. Call 800-561-3386. That's 800-561-3386. 800-561-3386.
I don't know if you guys saw the news story from yesterday. Probably didn't because it was out of Toledo. The potholes are so bad here in Toledo that it swallowed. One of them swallowed a police car that was in a chase yesterday. Jesus.
almost tripled. And it just
literally swallowed the police car.
This is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives. And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted, it works, it's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some
let me find a picture of it.
It's a community of people like you.
A couple of friends of mine posted about it.
Yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-40-BIBLE. That's 855-40-BIBLE. 855-40-BIBLE.
Suffering with poison ivy and need relief fast? All natural Marie Originals Poison Ivy Soap is your first line of defense against the noxious urushiol oil found in poison ivy. This sticky oil bonds to skin, clothes, and tools like axle grease. Marie Originals patented urushiol lock technology scrubs, traps, and eliminates the oil for instant relief.
One of the reports on the news story is that just like the front of one of the exploders went in there. Well, that's what funny you say that. There was scuttlebutt about that, but they were actually in a police chase. The other thing is that there's a mark in the windshield where somebody's head hit it. So one of them didn't have a seatbelt on. Almost all Toledo police are two-person units. So I did comment, isn't that interesting? I said, that means somebody didn't have their seatbelt on. Rules for thee and not for me.
Those things stand as a wall of protection against centralized.
We need to publicly apologize.
Years of America. We have 250 more.
Stacy on the right, weeknight starting at 9 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot. Freedom never gets old.
Radio that makes you think. This is the Brian Kilmeade Show.
I have been urging the Trump administration and Pentagon to invest more in our partnership so that our military can learn the lessons of this war in Ukraine and so that our country can benefit from their technologies to defend everything from civilian infrastructure like football stadiums and water systems to our military bases and embassies in the Middle East and in our home country. I'm hopeful that they'll make progress on that this year. It has strong bipartisan support.
And by the way, he's talking about Ukraine, Senator Chris Coons, and they have done that. And no offense, Senator, that was a positive statement, but they are doing that already without your help. And those, along with our intelligence apparatus, help coach and execute Ukraine's push to blow up the refineries inside Russia, and has flat out been a game changer with the amount of drones and defensive drones and attack drones that they've been able to put together, along with blowing up the Navy. Once they blew up they blew up another 2 ships yesterday. They have been hitting drone strikes. They've been hitting drone strikes regularly, blew up a bunch of vessels over the last 3 days. They also, thanks to Zelensky, had a great line. He was asked about having talks with Putin in Moscow. He says, I won't go to Moscow. It's too dangerous with all the Ukrainian drones flying around. It's true. They're actually blowing up things in the nation's capital. Why? Because they want to make them uncomfortable in places that want to ignore the fact that they're at war. And the Russians wanted the normal people to not think they're at war. But their economy is so anemic. Instead of growing at 1.4%, which is terrible, it is now growing at 0.4%. 91,000 businesses have gone bankrupt, can't make their payments to banks. Now think about this. You got banks lending to businesses. If the businesses can't pay the banks back, then the banks can take their assets, but it never adds up. So that's going to compound itself and maybe put them into crisis. Yesterday, it became clear the president spoke to Vladimir Putin on Saturday because he likes speaking to the president before the president speaks with Zelensky. And this time it didn't work. They spoke for 45 minutes. The Russian president didn't get off the phone happy. And when President Trump had a chance to see the Ukrainian president up close and personal, he was extremely nice. About 24.
Will you allow Europe to make Patriot interceptors in Europe? Are you comfortable with licensing technology, Patriot interceptors, to be made in Europe?
With respect to Ukraine, well, we'll talk about that. Look, it's a defensive weapon, which I like.
Yeah, you did tell me about it. Sorry. Trying to find something.
We haven't informed the company of that yet, but you got to work out all right. You have to be thrilled. But you know that we have to do it. You'll be able to figure that out. He said, what I have to say is Zelensky's done an amazing job. He's an extremely effective leader. So they're going to give license to make the Patriots. So I understand it. It'll still take about a year to get it going.
No, I'm in the hood of Toledo.
Because everything else, they are on all cylinders. They are really punishing our enemy, and that is Russia. Do some right. I can't wait to see you in person. Saturday night in Pensacola Street on Fox Nation. Go to BrianKilmeade.com and order tickets to Pensacola, Florida. Andrew Woodcock. Freedom means you can chart your own course, cut your own path, live your own life. You can rise and fall on your own merits without the government being intertwined in every single personal decision that you make. That's what it means to be free, and that's what it means to be an American on the 250th birthday of this nation. The Woodcock Majority, weekdays from noon to 3 p.m. Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot. Freedom never gets old. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-651-5982 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-651-5982. That's 800-651-5982. What do you have to lose? Call 800-651-5982.
Yeah, definitely the suck.
Again, 800-651-5982. In the military, the mission is clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose. I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. I teach development. My computer career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. Get Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits. Never gets old. Celebrating America 250. Sirius XM Patriot 125.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Mary Rose. Forecasters say much of the U.S. is about to get slammed by a major heat wave.
We have a combination of hot temperatures in the 90s to low 100s with high humidity will create heat indices up to 105 to 110 degrees, with overnight temperatures only dropping into the from the mid 70s to the low 80s.
Meteorologist Joe Wegman of the National Weather Service Weather Prediction Center says the southeastern U.S. is already feeling the heat Saturday, but soon.
Oh no, it's hot in the summertime. Oh no.
New York Times reporters are being subpoenaed after the way they reported on the president's new Air Force One. The Trump administration subpoenaed several New York Times journalists after
Obama phones.
Security concerns involving
it's been a while since I've seen those set up.
That's according to the paper. The new jet was a gift to President Trump from Qatar, and it went into service last week.
That's a nice Dollar General. Holy crap.
At the reporters' homes with subpoenas.
For a hood Dollar General, that's nice.
Before a federal grand jury in Manhattan on Wednesday. Trump flew the new Air Force One to a NATO summit in Turkey last week, but he departed.
Well, we don't have a whole lot of room to expand until we are able to do an expansion, which is on the schedule, but we got to wait till we get possession first and then start working on that stuff.
Wagner has submitted his paperwork with the Secretary of State's office, so that makes his exit official. The embattled candidate said several days ago that he intended to quit the race following an allegation of sexual assault, which he has denied. The Maine's Democratic Party has been scrambling to come up with a process to select a new nominee. State law says that they have until July 27th to do so, and the party has indicated it plans to hold a convention with delegates from across the state to come up with that nominee.
Larry over here. For 250 years, Americans...
This one's just called Dollar Dollar on the right here. Dollar Dollar Plus.
Without being held back. But if everyday aches and pains are slowing you down, it might be time to declare your independence from pain. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free, research-based formula designed to help your body fight inflammation, one of the root causes of pain. It's not a quick fix or a temporary mask. It works from the inside out at the source. Relief Factor was created so people could get back to living life on their terms. Walking, working, exercising, and enjoying the moments that matter. This year, as we celebrate 250 years of American independence, take a stand for your own freedom. To commemorate, we're offering a special patriotic price, just $17.76, so you can declare your independence from pain and take your control. Your $17.76 3-week quick start is ready for you. Visit ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-4-RELIEF. That's 800-4-RELIEF.
A royal reunion held Friday between England's king and his youngest son.
King Charles hosted his son, Prince Harry, and met with his family for the first time in years. There has been a royal rift since the king's youngest son and wife, Meghan, quit royal life and moved to California 6 years ago. Harry, Meghan, Prince Archie, and Princess Lilibet got together with the king and Queen Camilla at Highgrove House, a country estate outside London. Harry is in Britain for a number of charity events, including the Invictus Games.
The Invictus has never just been about belonging to a team. It's about belonging to each other. We are a family, one that I am so proud and so honored to be a part of.
All right. I'm in the hood now. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the scanner.
A new Colorado law requiring permits, training courses, fees, and government approval before certain firearm purchases is raising concerns. Breaking news at townhall.com.
Baseball's Mass Colby in Philadelphia.
1604.
It is Trout there! Hear the Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game on Channel 89. Home Run Files!
Yeah, most definitely not. He's going eastbound on Ayers towards Pemberville Road, but...
That's clear. 5 Montana Road.
Oh, 5. Boyd County 94 can be advised I have a money. He is very argumentative, just a heads up.
Okay. Thank you.
Medic 23, injured person, C-Corps in West Lansky, Channel 3. Medic 23, injured person, C-Corps in West Lansky, Channel 3, 1604.
904 County.
For the patient, just in the TV, that Medic 25.
Right. Okay.
Right.
We'll probably be out with them. We're on Ayers, just a little bit west of Pemberville. Right.
Go ahead. 72161, code 3, assault in progress. Enemy 608 South Holly off Orchard.
Can you get me on LCJ with 1 starting as my previous? Just add a 10.
We have 8 people beating up on 1 teenager. 721.
110 ready.
Ready. 621. Station 23, Station 25, 1605.
And if I think it's 774. 410 Henry.
410 Henry.
73, 26, 35.
73, you're clear. Alright, be advised, this juvenile proud to be stole a bite and grown men dragged him off the porch and started assaulting him. Crew 11, it's going to voicemail and call back.
153, repair me.
Go ahead. Roll it on to you.
He sent this mail to the computer, please. Date of birth, social.
Yes, sir.
Here's this fire. 539 East over near Chestnut and Cody.
I'm on the other side of the river from there. But yeah, it looks similar.
Yeah, if you didn't get a hold of the key holder, we found no alarm or activated full station. We're not back to service.
That's clear. 1606.
710 decimal.
Where is this?
919 is clear. I think you headed to channel 1.
Copy that.
Okay.
831, radio is good.
So they need whatever.
Copy that. Good afternoon. Okay. Do I come in and copy that Holly call? Those results. 705.
First one, 919.
Port David.
510, 920, we got to get connected.
I'm safe. 20 good. Copy. We're on scene. We're investigating.
601 Holly, Toledo, Ohio.
411, she's coming out.
Copy, thanks.
920, I didn't get that back. There was a lot of background noise from that traffic. 521, if you for this accident, Seacorn Lasky, not sure if it's just the motorcycle, person fell off, or if they hit a car. It's unclear. Seacorn Lasky, 521. One copy.
245, I added a note. Give me an Eddie. Here's the Charles, 210-799-497-812. 150, that's it. 150. Can you show me how to cover, please? By me.
Eddie. 31st, Monday, 23, you have a clear for room. You're clear. Comes up to Tony Cosby out of Monroe. He's showing expired status. I just ordered Circle K, 305 Clayton, 1608. 521 fire is on scene.
Ooh, Clayton right here.
Up and walking. David. David.
Circle K right here.
Do you want to show us going here suspicious on Westway? Turn around to Westway.
920-1919.
721.
Yeah, it is pretty stressful. Especially when you're in a busy city.
311 Frank. Eddie, I'll put you back up. Copy that, Baker. 710. 61, code 2, 61.
From our lab.
I'm saying. Copy.
Connect 28, back in service.
69.
It says there's a disturbance here. I don't see any disturbance.
110. 301, 3X. If you could start to this assault with medical. 721, they weren't added. Are they needed? If an Adam. Sounds like they are sending medical for a 6-month-old child that was dropped. We're still going to. Okay.
What county now?
Yeah, it's oh, they're cracking open their White Claws right there in the parking lot.
I've not seen anyone by that name at that residence and house. The one trip looks like color is third party and she's en route. No ETA. She heard a child fall and then the line dropped. ET 38 checking your safety. Okay. Copy.
Don't see anything weird going on. Well, we tried.
Okay, so it's Frank. With employee Steve would like to speak to Ruben regards to his girlfriend's ex-husband, Chadwick Harbison,
Right.
continuously going into the caller's property. Suspect not on scene currently. 7322 Crab Apple. Beautiful. Budget match. Lemon Road. Show me on the check city on Burn. Thanks, Larry.
831. What's it? For the badge?
What's it for?
I'm seeing 1965 South Burn BP gas station.
Fucking kids are gonna get run over, man.
That's towards Heller. 6965 814.
4814 is clear.
Engine 53, you can return to service.
One's good.
What the absolute book?
1616. Hi, back, copy, Daddy.
Yeah, this is the old South End here.
621, Eddie. Back 23 dispatch, in service, AMA. 6272. Just 11, you got back 11.
I don't care about a car if I run them over. I'm careful when I see a bunch of kids. So. Oh, they're all good. All good. You gotta find someone to raid. Asmongold's live. Let's raid him. I don't see him, is he? He's not listed on my lives from my feed. Just Asmongold. I like him. Pretty based for a millionaire streamer. There's no space. Where are you gonna come? I think one of the new investors is going to meet us here in a few minutes. Well, hopefully I won't be here long. I'll probably go live again. I need to make more money. Oh, actually, a spot opened up right from the bar. All right. Yeah, you too, bud. Try and stay cool, man. Avoid that heat sickness.